Good morning, everybody. I'm glad you are here. I'll tell you a few things. As you said, we are privileged to be here. I'm a little bit slow today. I had dosa and idli for breakfast. Fantastic at the hotel. I'm a bit full. I need a bit. But anyway, it's great to be here. So Roshan, I met Roshan at the UNESCO, as mentioned, and we kind of got him to do this. We have been doing this since early last year. And to date, we have trained 3,300 and above, excluding Sri Lanka. So Sri Lanka, we're hoping by Thursday, tomorrow, we would have trained close to about 300 people. So individuals, but those, we're going to take it as events. So like up to date part, how many from yesterday? We are at 150 something, isn't it? About 150. So today and tomorrow we'll have a bit more. So the idea is generative AI is transforming the world. A lot of debates are going on. This morning, I just saw the National University of Singapore is running a 2-month course talking of the dangers of AI. Let them talk. We just use. That's my motive. It is too important a technological advancement to be not looked at for its positive value. I'm not saying this. Satyam Nadella from Microsoft has said this is the greatest thing that has happened to mankind that would democratize education. So that's what we are here for today, because this is going to level the playing field. The only thing is the barrier is the $20, $20 a month, which is 7 cups of chai at Starbucks. Stop drinking chai, save the money, buy your subscription today. Yesterday, 4 people bought the subscription, and I work for OpenAI. I'm Sam Altman. No, I have no commission in it. But why wouldn't you pay 7 cups of chai per month for your personal development, right? So all this thing is there. I'm actually a hand surgeon. So I assume all of you are healthcare professionals. So I'm a hand surgeon. I'm bored with hand surgery, but I do technology as my hobby. Not really, it's my passion also. I'm still a clinician. I practice full-time hand surgery in Singapore. And let me get this organized. Hopefully it works. Those who haven't, please do this survey. We're collecting data because we are doing something that is controversial in some people's eyes, not in my eye. We are doing something that is innovative, and people won't believe us unless we have data. And so we are collecting the data to publish, to say that we have done it. We have no funding from anybody. Learn has offered to pay our flights here, and they pay our hotel, but we are not. We use our own time and resources to make this happen. So we need the data to publish that we are making an impact. We have had, even though I'm a UNESCO Chair partner, sometimes UNESCO people are also crazy. They don't believe in us. We are a UNESCO partner. They don't believe in us because they say, you're not sustainable. Where's the money from? You got no money. I have money, right? I don't have Starbucks. I make my own tea. And I use my money for this because it's worth it. Accumulating merit for the afterlife. That's my purpose. So this is, I want you to take this. This is a Padlet. This is an online board where you can post the homework. There are a lot of not homework, classroom work. So today I'm only talking 40% of the time, 60% you are doing work. So you need this to upload your resources. As we are going along, we're going to be creating quite a few things. So you need to do that, okay? Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah, okay, great. Now it's okay. Thank you very much. This whole workshop is available online. So you take this down, So you can go back and redo the workshop. This is an online module. If you come for the learning design, AI for LD, I think there's one on Thursday. We'll teach you how to create this kind of a learning module. So this whole workshop is available here. Okay. It's you need to zoom in, sir. Otherwise you won't get it. Yeah. We will also give you all the resources later on. If some of you have already got it, please share with the others. Sharing is caring. That's what I always say. Now I want to give a warning. Your life will change today. First of all, there's some of you who have been listening to me for 3 days, who are fed up of me. How many of you haven't listened to me? Put up your hand. Oh, quite a few, so I have to repeat it. Apologize to all the others. They're already fed up of me. 3 days, one day not enough. They've been here for 3 days. So the warning is today your life changes. Whether you like it or not, your life is going to change today. It's all written in the stars. That's why you are here. As of today, you're going to have the tools and the skills to be extremely productive and efficient. Whatever happens from here, I am not responsible. You are responsible. If your spouse leaves you, if your children leave you, that's not my problem. You made the decision, you are here. Because it is an addictive process. It is so addictive that when in last year, October, November, when Sam Altman was sacked from OpenAI, for those who don't know, Sam Altman is the founder of OpenAI, which owns ChatGPT. There was, for a day, 2 days, we couldn't access ChatGPT. I was in a state, I wanted to go to accident and emergency and get admitted. It was acute withdrawal because I spent on a working day, 3.5 hours on ChatGPT. Weekends, I spent 8 to 12 hours. So suddenly there was withdrawal. And that taught me an important lesson. Important service providers like open access, electricity, broadband, internet access cannot be left in the hands of small companies that are not stable. So there was a good thing that happened because Microsoft owns 49% and Satya Nadella saved the day because he immediately offered Sam Altman a job and then open access had to take him back. So I don't know whether it was all drama, but anyway, so it is important. Disclaimer, I don't know anything about AI. Now, what am I doing here? Trying to teach you about AI. I don't know coding. I got zero knowledge on coding. The only code I know is the 6-digit number to my bank account, which I'm not sharing with you. But you don't need to be a coder to be able to use generative AI. So I'm an exclusive user, very experienced in the use of generative AI from my clinical practice to teaching to research and everything else in life. Okay, so it is a point of view from an experienced user. So that's why I get annoyed when a university in Sri Lanka has banned AI for its students. It is just a ridiculous plan. AI is like the toothpaste that has come out from the toothpaste holder. Toothpaste is how you try and put it back in. You can't. The technology, you can ban it, the kids are going to use it. The people who banned it don't understand that AI. Let me give you a little bit more credibility of who I am. I'm a hand surgeon, but my specialty in hand surgery is nerve surgery. I do nerve surgery. I take nerve from one part of the body and put it to the other side of the body to allow for a concept known as neural plasticity that occurs in the brain. 2 weeks after I transfer the nerve from this side, this arm is paralyzed, say in stroke, and I transfer this, there are nerves reforming between the left and right side of the brain. That has been shown. That's called neural plasticity, deep neural networks. Does that sound familiar for computer people? So that is AI. So I know AI from the human brain. AI is a replication of the human brain. I work with the human brain. That's number one. That's my ability. Number two, I am a AI user. So I use so much of AI, I have some say. But the people who are making this decision, everything has got this risk. So they're all worried about the risk. Knife has a risk. I consider AI like a knife. I can use the knife to cut my watermelon. I can use my knife to cut my chicken. I can use my knife to cut my vegetables. I can take my knife and stab you. You want to blame the knife because I stab you? Blame my mother. It is the human being that is committing the crime with the instrument. It's not the instrument's fault. The instruments, yes, there are some bias. That's what we're going to learn today. You understand what it does, what's its limitation. So you cannot take the knife and expect it to cut the wood because it's not serrated. So we know its limitations and we can work with them. Voice not moving again. Slide not moving. Is it me? Okay. Right. How many of you are using ChatGPT or any form on a regular basis? Just regular basis. Okay. How many of you have not used generative AI at all? Any ChatGPT, Copilot, or Gemini, or Bard, Claude? Anybody? So everybody has used, not used at all. So okay, but he has not used anything. He's your boy. Yeah, excellent. Okay, this is about us. So just to show you that this group in APU, so we're the first kind of UNESCO chair that we were talk about innovative digital learning, but what we went into, we decided to use generative AI. Came about the same time, and we developed a lot of things. So Roshan is here. So the Sri Lanka, yes. So Sri Lanka is part of us. So we have a local group and international group. These are the products that we have. So we are here in Kandy this week. We're doing teach. We are doing learn. Doing learn? No, we're not doing learn. We're doing teach. We're doing learning design, healthcare professional. This is what you are in here today. Research we did yesterday. Academic writing we did Monday, and we're doing again on Thursday, I think. And leap we did yesterday. So what are they? This one is teaching school teachers how to teach using AI. This are teaching school children how to learn, and that's Fahad there. Fahad is my colleague, and he does that. Gold is for old people. I do that. We train old people and doctors who look after old people, nurses who look after old people, how to use AI, smart wearing devices to have a healthy life. Learning design is how to teach using AI. So you people also need to learn that because you are involved in teaching. Health professionals will learn today. RE is how to use AI for research. Some of you were there yesterday. So we did that. We had something like, I think, 40 research projects registered yesterday. So I'm very pleased with that. AIAW is academic writing. We also got something like 30 over drafts of papers done on Monday. And LEAP is how to use it in administration and for efficiency and productivity. So the first one we ran for was the Ministry of Education in Dubai, and they loved it because suddenly work became from answering emails, looking at documents, and you'll be doing one of that later in the afternoon. So we are now, because of our passion, we are fighting with people around the world. So the ASEAN Ministers of Education's organization and us, we are collaborating to run an ASEAN summit in May to understand the challenges and problems faced by people on the ground using generative AI in education. And from there, we're going to develop some strategies. So we're getting all ASEAN, and we have invited Sri Lanka to join us. So I think Learn will be joining us as a stakeholder. Okay, let's go into AI. So how many of you think AI will replace your job? Do you think AI will replace you? Why? Everybody's frightened, no? AI is going to replace them. Well, what do you do, madam? By the way? You think so? But a lot of them bought ready. Well, what do you do, madam? In health. You're still dental school, yeah. So you're a dental faculty member. Yeah. I can tell you, by today, you will want AI to replace you. So AI won't replace us humans, but who will replace you? I will replace you because I am a healthcare professional with AI knowledge. Somebody in your area with AI knowledge will replace you because if I am a productive dean or whatever you want to be, leader, then why have this fellow can't produce anything? This fellow is producing things so well. I mean, I may not replace you because government won't allow me to sack you. But private university, they will sack you. But the government universities will say, okay, we'll promote this fellow. Because what AI does is enhances and your productivity, it makes you efficient, and because of the addictive nature. So your healthcare profession, how do you get addictive? It is endorphin. So when you do something, so there's a called ideomotor axis in the brain. Anybody neurologist here? Okay, so I can bluff you. So the ideomotor axis is the brain works in such a way, if I want to pick up this glass, I must, in my mind, I have to say, I want to pick up the glass. So I've learned how to pick up the glass from the thought process. The idea said, pick up the glass. Then the muscles move all the way from the shoulder muscles, elbow, hand. I pick it up and I bring it to my mouth to drink. The moment I pick up, task achieved. How do I know the task is achieved? I feel the weight of the glass. So this is very important to me because when I do my surgery, I'm trying to tell, even some doctors don't understand this. So this is from cognitive neuroscience. Not all doctors do cognitive neuroscience. So there is a reward. The reward is the glass. Nice. Drink the coffee. Oh, satisfaction. What is that satiety? What is the reward? Is the release of endorphin that I achieve. So when a paralyzed person cannot do that, he gives up because the motivation is gone. There's no reward. So he will use, this is Pavlovian. For those who understand Pavlov's dog, so the reward is the food. Then you ring the bell. So now, the moment I don't see ChatGPT on my screen, I will be barking. I'm a dog. But the ChatGPT comes, my salivation of the. So when you are getting that productivity, that you're producing papers, you're writing articles, you are teaching better, you're producing a video in 2 minutes, you get high. That's why it's addictive. That's why your spouses are going to get upset with you. So the only solution is get your spouse involved. Then she is doing it, you're doing it. Very nice. Life is peaceful. So this is what we're going to do today. There is a book that I've written, AI for Healthcare Professional, with a colleague of mine. It's available on Amazon. I will leave a copy of this book with Learn's library, the hard copy. You can download it. It is, because it's done by Amazon, so you can't give it free, so you have to pay for it. But this is what we're going to do. Kind of busy day today, no need to read. All those yellow and markers are hands-on activity. So you notice there's lots of hands-on activity. Okay? What time is coffee? Sri Lanka, you all like to eat and drink. Huh? Coffee and tea, lunch, all not necessary. You're here to learn, okay? I'm a terrible teacher, right? I don't know what time it is. I think it's 9:30, but never mind. We'll proceed. I'll do a quick little bit of rubbish first. What I don't say rubbish. This may not be relevant to you, but what is the role of AI in healthcare management? Some of you may be leadership in hospitals. Sri Lanka may be not, but Sri Lanka is also there. So one of the big areas, operational efficiency. Apply for leave, just imagine, put up triplicate forms, send there, wait, all can be done in a press of a button, right? So AI is already there to help, yet people are not using it, all right? So operational efficiency, so yesterday they did that LEAP workshop, a lot of people went. Fraud detection and compliance. That is very important. How much of your drugs are being lost? How many Panadol tablets have been stolen by nurses? I'm just giving an example. So all these things AI can help you do. I won't go into all that. So patient engagement and communication. Why the hell you want to have now a call center where they call you and say, hey, doctor, my teeth is still hurting after your wisdom tooth. Talk to the chatbot. Don't talk to me. So today in the afternoon, you will create your own chatbot. In 10 minutes, you're going to create. So there are a lot of stuff that even for training, we'll go through all that. But in clinical, how many of you are clinicians who see patients? How many of you are clinicians? Okay, quite a few. Okay. So in personalized, predictive, and promotive health, the 4Ps, preventive, promotive, personalized, predictive. This is the 4P medicine. This is the new thing, precision medicine, that you are going to treat a patient as an individual, not as a cohort of people. So when I heard yesterday, one of the colleagues, one of my students, not direct students, I helped him in his master's, who's now a surgeon in Andrajipura. He came for the conference, and he said it's 23% of Sri Lankans are diabetics. So it's a big problem. Diabetes is not by giving medicine. You need to change lifestyle. So changing lifestyle, you talk to the patient. So patient education can be very, very intensive, but you can actually use AI to help personalize the care. So he doesn't need to say, oh, you need to reduce your carbohydrate. What's carbohydrate? So you need to find out what does he eat for breakfast. So 3, big pieces of puttu. So you got to remove the puttu. Make cauliflower puttu. These are the creative things depending on what he likes. Because I know about cauliflower. I started up a business doing cauliflower rice and failed. But we don't go into that. Patient data and diagnosis. That's where AI is going to help. So can you imagine my colleague's wife, my colleague is a hand surgeon and his wife is a urology surgeon, was expecting their first child. She was in theater operating, and suddenly her iPhone watch smartware said she had tachycardia. Her heart rate was 160, 180. And she unscrubbed. She was feeling well. So she thought it was wrong. She checked it on the ECG machine and it was high. And it's a danger to the baby. So she immediately went to see the gynecologist, the obstetrician rather, and they immediately put her on medication to revert the tachycardia. I don't know what medication, you would know, some funny medication. That saved the baby's life because she was wearing the smartware. So that's where things are going to be really interesting. But this, you're going to do this today. Clinical decision making is up to you what you have with you in data set. We can create a chatbot. So I've created for hand surgery, don't call me in the night, talk to my bot. So the chatbot is there in natural language. They can question, I got this guy, hand injury, this is cut. Do I need to admit? It'll tell yes, admit, things like that. And we have validated the thing. So we will do that this afternoon. What are the challenges? So I can't be talking good. I also must talk a little bit of this because there's enough people talking about the bad things. Garbage in, garbage out. What is the data that is being put into AI? So one of the things you must understand, later we'll see some examples, that it is Anglo-centric. It doesn't understand idioms and things. But having said that, the data now is so big, even that it understands, but it's very, very English-centric. So you need to then customize it to Sinhala or whatever it is. And that if the data is also, this is where people are saying, what if the data set is wrong? If you solely rely on AI, you're going to get into trouble. Today, I will teach you how RI meets AI. What is RI? RI meetings, real intelligence. AI is artificial. And who's the real intelligent person? You. Yeah. If you're not intelligent, you shouldn't be here. Correct? You're all intelligent people. So that's the human loop. So if you look, I wrote a chapter on governance on AI in an engineering textbook, not in medical textbook. We have to talk to the engineers. Don't simply develop AI without talking to us. So healthcare professionals must be embedded with the team, the multidisciplinary team in the development. Healthcare professional ethicists must sit in. Only then you will see how that comes up. So these are some of the challenges. So this is the chapter I wrote in the book, Governance Model for AI. Now we come to AI. What is AI? Quickly we'll go through. I think most of you have used it, except the gentleman over there. But he will be today expert. Fahad will make sure, if you're not an expert, I'll kill him. He is your responsibility to make him an expert by 4 o'clock. So it's just a machine thinking like a human. A calculator is in a way a human. So when I went to medical school, I mean in high school, how many of you know what a slide rule is? Nobody. All young people. So you know what a slide rule is? You don't know. So you're young. I mistake you. I thought slide rule was a ruler with the middle. There's a ruler that will move up and down, full of lines. 5 times 4, you put 5, 4. This one says 20. You don't need logbook and all that. I can't remember how to use it. The other day I was watching a video, I gave up. But I used that slide rule. From slide rule, we went to logbook. How many know logbook? Don't admit lah. So once logbook means you're a bit older lah. So young children don't know what logbook is because they are calculator. So it has evolved. So that's what AI is, a machine that helps us do repetitive tasks. It's a waste of time. You ask me to do long division, I do not know how to do long division. So, how can you don't know how to do long division? We must tell our children to be archaic and old-fashioned. I don't need to know how to do long division. I press a button, I get the answer. Any statisticians here? Yesterday, I upset one statistician. But we don't need statistician anymore. AI will do the stats for us. I'll show you afterwards. She got upset. No. I told her, don't worry. Do the advanced stats. The simple one, let the brothers do. Why waste time? 5 times 4 is 20. Average, all they can do. Okay, so AI, these are the 3 engines that I tend to use. There are others, but we stick to 3 today. We use ChatGPT 4. If you don't have 4, you're using 3.5. Hopefully you have bought 4 by end of afternoon. Then we have Copilot, which is ChatGPT 4, but in a slower down version that is owned by Microsoft, or those who have Office 365 will have this. And then we will have Gemini Ganeshan from Google. Google has got Gemini. So Gemini, try and use the advanced. At the moment it is, oh no, I think I tried yesterday, it doesn't. You have to register for the upgrade. And after 2 months for free, they will charge you $20. So the basic one is okay, you can try it. Today you'll try all 3 afterwards in exercise and decide which you have preference for. So what does it do? It's all about data sets. Large amounts of data sets have been collected by AI engines. We're talking about trillions of pages they've been scoured from all over the internet. And what are these? These are just text data, is text data. And what this does is it predicts a set of text. The probability the next word is this is high, it gives it that in. And that's what generative AI does. Prior to this, when we will have a lot of data to search and compute, we had to use search queries and or Boolean search terms. And normally we leave it to the tech people to do this because we didn't understand the language, computer language. But in natural language processing, it brought it down to human language. So today we're going to learn, we all know English, but we're going to learn English in terms of prompting. So in a couple of weeks, my other book is coming up, Healthcare Promptology. So that is a book that teaches you how to put prompts for healthcare professionals. So that is good. We're going to learn that today. So based on that language, it gives you a set of responses. So it is a conversation. So it is not one question, one answer, that's it. No, you got to keep interrogating it, scold it, change your questions until you get a satisfied answer. That's what we are learning today. So when I use the word don't cry, fill in the blanks. Well, I should want to ask you, you've already been there. What would you do? Or you also been? What would you do? Don't cry, fill in the blanks. What would you say? Exactly, I like him. That's what I say, because I watched Don't Cry for Me, Argentina. It's a musical play The last live musical in London, I was there. I bought the ticket because the last minute sale, usually it's £100, £10. Indian fella, £10 ticket, we'll go. So we all walking like that with what shopping on, all vegetables with my wife. We went and sat in the best seat. Everybody all suit and tie, and we made a fool of ourselves. But the moment I add the word "don't cry over" spilled milk, we all know that. Just adding that one word, that's generative AI. That predictive texting is a form of generative AI. So, but in that you understand that if I didn't study English, I wouldn't know spilled milk. I wouldn't know don't cry over something else you say. But because we know the idiom from English. So it is pattern recognition is the word I want to do. So medicine is full of pattern recognition. When we teach medicine, Gestalt learning, if you have blood sugar high, your sensation is low, you got eye signs, most likely it's diabetes complication, nephropathy and neuropathy or whatever. So it generates the content based, because it's so complex. Just to let you know, I don't think the owners of AI know how it works. Because of deep machine learning, deep neural networks. Deep neural networks, every time you touch it, it's learning. Every time you touch it, it's learning. So that's why you don't have consistency in the response, because it's learned better. What you tried last month, 3 months ago, and you do it now, it has got slightly different. And actually, the business model, ChatGPT is not a product yet. It is a product in development. What they have done now is to get you to pay them $20 a month for them to develop the product. That's what you're doing. Every time this is what machine learning is occurring. You put in the thing, what is the biggest problem in Sri Lanka today? It says the biggest problem in Sri Lanka is not enough kotu. And he said, no. So you keep challenging it until it says it's debt problem, the debt crisis. Then you leave it alone. Then you go to a different question. It learns, if I give debt crisis, they say yes. That's learning. That's machine learning occurring. So every time when you're talking to it, it is learning, okay? So that is the great aspect of generative AI. Now I want to take this from the research world. A lot of you, I'm sure, are used to doing research. So if you look at research, we collect data, raw data, the weight, the height, gender, whatever. From the raw data, we try and organize it and contextualize it and get some information. Data leads to information. When we take that information, we interpret it, and we get knowledge, right? Once we apply the knowledge to society, that becomes wisdom. This is quite similar to the Bloom's taxonomy, those of you who teach. So this one is just regurgitate facts. This is to create new knowledge. So that's the PhD level, okay? So that is part of it. So if you took this and you put it into what generative AI is doing, it starts off with massive data, and then it processes and organizes the data to create information, and it creates knowledge for you. It takes all this, from your question, it takes something from here, something from there, something from here, and put it all together and make a nice sambal for you. And then you say, that's generated by it. And you look at it, it looks nice. It looks nice. But if you don't have RI, it looks nice, you taste it, it's horrible. Because you just took it because it looks nice. So the beauty, the danger of generative AI, what it produces, the synthesis that it produces, the sentence looks, wow, so nice. But it's talking nonsense. So that's why in when it came out last year early, a lot of them published in the journal. Journal accepted it because it sounded right. But the real intelligent people, you read it, most of them didn't read it. Today, you will see, I'm not happy. So yesterday, this madam produced using AI, very nice, but it lacked context because she admitted she didn't edit it. She just put it up there and we read it. We found that there was no contextuality. That's how you change what it produces with real intelligence editing. We will learn that today. So a lot of people use AI for answering emails. Don't be an idiot and just cut and paste. Because I would look at it, I know this was AI generated. I hope you're having a nice day today. Cut that one out. Hey, it's bloody cold in Kandy today, isn't it? Then you're contextualizing. Take it out, call Machan here, do that, So at least the main thing, the editing, personalize it. That's how you prevent plagiarism, and that's how you do paraphrase. We will come to that later. First part is T is what time? Yeah, just check. So these are basic functions. So we called it prompting. I believe, my team believes, whether they like it or not, they have to believe what I believe. Reading, writing, arithmetic, and prompting are skill sets that everybody needs to know. So prompting is a skill set like reading, writing, and arithmetic. And today you will learn prompting. So these are the things that you need to know. Yes. Do you need? So carry on. Okay, carry on. Thanks. We will go to the details. So this tennis match, this volley between you and the machine is called the prompting exercise. You ask it, it answers. So this is the quality of the response is directly proportional to the quality of your prompt. So today, you're going to learn how to do quality prompting. Okay? So this is the cycle go. The response is not good. So it's like me. I come to you and said, hey, Macha, how are you today? Okay, lah. Okay. I didn't get much information. Hey, Macha, I heard yesterday at the car accident. How okay? Now, neck wall, you had someone to A&E yesterday. Oh, yeah, I had some pain. So suddenly you see the response is better because I asked the right question. I mean, we in clinicians, we know that. Taking a history from a patient, you just say, are you okay? People say, yeah. You're not getting a history. The medical student will fail them. You have to ask probing. That's basically it. So that's why it's a bit literally easier to work with healthcare professionals who take history. So that cycle needs to continue. So this is the cycle, how you start off with a prompting cycle. So you must first define, what am I here with the generative AI? I want it from it to tell me what are the best guidelines to control blood sugar of diabetics in Sri Lanka. That's very clear. Then you convert that to the question and you put in. So you ask how to control diabetes. It'll just give you a general answer. So we will see that good prompt and a bad prompt. So we learn how to do good prompts today. Sorry, let me go back. So that I'll get scolding. So understanding your AI model capabilities. So you will see that ChatGPT is confined to October 2023, but ChatGPT 4 is quite current. Google Gemini is current. It is not limited in date. What it doesn't find in the database, it'll go to the internet and come back. So you get slightly more current information with Gemini. So you must learn how to deconstruct. Don't ask it, hey, how's your mother, father, grandfather, your financial status, your patient load? There's too many questions. He won't be able to answer. Answer it one by one. Don't confuse things. So you have to deconstruct. And you have to be clear and concise. Don't ask vague. People who ask vague questions have got vague knowledge. So you have to ask concise, precisely what you want. It will give it to you. If you don't, it won't give it to you. And so there is a phenomenon known as single shot, few shot, zero shot prompting. So zero shot prompting is you just tell it, give me the answer. Single shot prompting is you give it, so the question you ask is, how do I control blood sugar in diabetic patients in Sri Lanka? And here's an example of a meal that normally is being eaten by Sri Lankans. Kottu, sambal, lot of sugar in the tea. So that is a single shot. Or you can say, this is our normal diabetic patient, 75 kilogram in a 3-foot guy, BMI of 50, he's 60, he doesn't do exercise. So that's a multi-shot prompting. So now it understands the situation and bang, it'll give you a precise answer. Okay? Few short learning. Keep repeating it. If you don't get what you're satisfied with, you repeat until you get a satisfactory answer that must be usable, real world. But depends on what you care. Sometimes you don't want anything usable. You just want to ask philosophy of life. So I have, if anybody's interested, I have a chatbot on the philosophy and meaning of life. It's free. But it is the work where I think for Buddhist philosophy, you will enjoy mainly Jiddu Krishnamurti's sayings. If you want, you can even create one yourself. So this is the basic thing, the content and the context. One of the important things, the ethics and legality. Don't ask it, how do I kill a patient who's diabetic? Right? It won't give you, it may even report you to the government and you'll get arrested. In Singapore, you'll probably get reported to the government. Ethical and legality, I cannot overemphasize, but I won't spend time with it. But it is important, guys, because they'll arrest me and say I didn't talk about ethics. But the guide rails are quite strict within the AI. So I used one engine to create, I was giving a lecture. I wanted to image, because I don't have an image of a female South Indian teacher using a laptop sitting on a tree stump in a village with poor children around her, and she's teaching, right? So I put that, he says, no, I can't do it. Poor children are not a subject to be used in this image, okay? So I had to find some other thing. And we'll spend a lot of time on this, validation and reliability. Validation and reliability is crucial. Real intelligence meeting artificial intelligence, and that is what the other idiots around the world needs to know. We are not cutting and pasting. We have some neurons in our head. Just because we are Asian people doesn't mean we are stupid. Because that's what they are worried. They're worried that all these stupid fellas who just cut and paste. But there's some idiots doing it, right? But that doesn't mean we are going to do that. And make sure it's usable. Tea is ready. You're not hungry, isn't it? No, I'm not. I ate Italy and dosa, and I am ready to go to bed, but I need a little bit of movement. What I suggest is, I'll stop here for a while because we're now going to the second phase and quickly get you to do some work. Have a quick, what's the time now? Now is 2:40. 2:50, come back here. But those who finish early can come back here early. Sorry? Oh, 9:40. 9:30, is it, or 9:40? 10:40. 9:40. 9:40. Okay, so 45, like 2K, just eat quickly. Bring the tea, sit here, and then we'll carry on. Is that okay? Go. Quickly. Because add into my time. To us, you come pay us puja money, then only I'll give you knowledge. We give it out. I'm a Harjan. We give it to everybody for free. So you must have your initial question or statement. What is it that you are asking it to do? Right? That is very, very important. It is just like any comment. I'm meeting you for the first time. Hello, my name is Vaikunthan. I'm a hand surgeon from Singapore. I do instructional design, medical education. You got a brief, you know who I am already. And I do that with this, but I do that once only because I have a paid version. It's called Settings for ChatGPT. Under Settings, you put who you are and what you want. So that takes away the repetition that you need to do if you have an unpaid version of ChatGPT. So that is important. And the context. So the moment I already put this, I always say I'm working in Singapore. So it already knows. It is also quite annoying. Because of that, when I want something that is not contextualized to healthcare, education, instructional design, it will bring everything back. In the context of health, Kotu is good for some. Because if I ask something about Kotu, it will bring me back to the healthcare. That's the annoying thing. So then I will say, ignore this, just give it as general. So the context is important and what kind of output you want. Yesterday, somebody asked about PowerPoint. So if you have the paid version, you start questioning it. I said, look, I've been asked to give a talk on AI in Sri Lanka. Okay, what do you think I need to give? He'll give you something. I said, okay, how deep should I go? He'll give me something. And then he finally said, can you convert this to a PowerPoint slide deck? ChatGPT-4 will give you a slide deck. Take it, customize it, and do it without you having to do all that. So that's the output I want. So one of the output, if you don't have the paid version, but you're going to create your own PowerPoint slides, always ask to give the output in bullet points. All right? Because bullet points is easy to put into PowerPoint. And you know how to use smart draw, isn't it? In PowerPoint to convert a bullet point to an infographic. Everybody knows that or don't know that? How do you convert bullet point to infographics? Yes, no? Okay, I quickly show you before I forget. You notice, so this is a bullet point. I didn't sit and draw any of this. So to create a bullet point, but just click on it. It says I already created it. So this is the bullet point. I'll just show you in another slide. So we have bullet and sub-bullets. Right-click, convert to smart art. Can you see that? And this will go nicely with this one. So that takes away the boredom of your PowerPoint slides, okay? So, because otherwise, whatever it produces, you have to then make it into bullet points. So, being the laziest person in the world, I would rather it do it for me. Oh, we would go back a bit. Yeah, okay. And the tone and formality, I'm a boring person, I'm very serious. So I always say, give it to me in an academic tone, in a professional manner. But I've written a couple of books that are a bit more guidebooks, like The Efficient Clinician. I got a book just came out. And that I asked it to write in a conversational manner. Less thing. You can even make it in a jovial manner, jocular, a bit funny and things like that. So up to you. Level of specificity and the format, as I said, paragraph or what you want. So we've done this again, just kind of be clear what you want when you're crafting your prompt. I normally don't write straight into it. If I got a very serious matter I want to discuss, so I call my ChatGPT my mistress. That's what my wife calls it, my mistress. I spend more time with her than my wife. I also found her, whatever you call the equivalent of a master. So she also uses it. So why you need to start the conversation properly? So I want to be very efficient. So I'll write in a Word document. I'll put in what is it I want, following all these ideas. What's my objective? What kind of response I want? I put it all nicely, edit it, everything. Then I cut and paste. But now I'm so good. I've been using it for so much, so I can straight away prompt. But for you, I think the first time, spend some time on the question, on your prompt, what exactly you want. Put it total clarity. So it's worthwhile to keep a summary of your discussion, because if you're not paid the paid version, you're not allowed to do settings. So if you're using the unpaid version, always have a short paragraph of who you are. So I'm a lecturer in statistics or whatever it is. So it immediately knows and will give you answers specific for you. So here's some examples of good and bad prompts. Very obvious. If you just have a quick look at it, you can see. So if you just give it generality, you get general answers. If you give specificity, you get specific answers. So I think it's important, you can see that, isn't it? So tell me about heart disease, a heart problem. Surely it's too vague. But I said, summarize the diagnostic criteria for congestive heart failure according to the latest issues. Suddenly, you're going to get a very nice outcome. You can try that afterwards. In a short while, we will be going through that. And then, give it example. Now, one of the first things, I'll say it again, but I say it now, straight away. Do not put in your patient's details. All right? Mr. Bandaranaika, number 27, but Malabari Lane, Kandy. Because this is actually going to the cloud. So no personal identifiable information must be put into the chatbot. That is no, right? I hope you realize that. You wouldn't put yourself sitting in the house in an IT picture on Instagram, right? So please don't do that. Yeah. So we now come to the most important part, which is the validation. Real intelligence meeting artificial intelligence. So we need to check what did come out. You must validate. You can do it well because you are the subject matter expert. So if I ask anything on hand surgery, I look at it, I don't need to verify this because I know it's correct, because that's my area of interest. But if I put on mechanical engineering, he says, it sounds nice. I don't know it's true. I have to validate it. Either I can take that information as, my professor of engineering, and say, this isn't correct or not. Or I don't need it. He doesn't want to tell me because he's worried I'm going to take over his job. So I will go and check it by evidence from the literature. This is how you do evidence-based validation of the responses from generative AI. So this is, if you look at it, it's nothing new. This is how you do in academics. Every sentence, everything, you have to find a citation. So if you talk about a particular concept, so here, sorry, a bit difficult from here to see. Why? Well, because I wrote it so small. So when the prompt gives you, you need to, this is called first level human loop validation. It says that the cause of diabetes is due to watching TV. So that doesn't make sense. So that's the first human loop looking at the response. Then you will look whether it's relevant and it's possible. So this is, you all do that. You read a paper, this one talk nonsense, or this one makes sense, right? The first level. If you're not sure, you do a literature review. That's the evidence. How do you do literature review? Take the key terms. I am so lazy, I don't even look for the key terms. So the response give me one paragraph. I said, based on that paragraph, give me 3 search terms for this information. It'll give you. So the other thing I told yesterday, your generative AI is your maid, your domestic help, $20 a month, who happens to have multiple PhDs in every subject in the world. Use it thoroughly, never complains. Never complains. And then you put a strategic search in the literature, do a literature screening based on what comes up, extract the data from the papers, which you will do later in this afternoon. You're going to do a literature review. And then put that into ChatGPT, synthesize it, and then ask it to compare this with what it produced. You following me? Right? It has produced you one set of data. This is the response. You look at it, took some key search, found some literature, synthesized that findings, and I got another paragraph. Ask it to compare, or you can compare directly. I'm too lazy. I asked it to compare. It said 98%, they are similar. The facts are similar. Done. It's a validation of the response. And this is what people are worried about. People are not validating. So the tuk-tuk driver, he doesn't know. He just copy, got nice English. He puts it out there, thinking it's, and then people believe it. That's how fake news traveled. I don't know Do you have a fake news act in Sri Lanka? Huh? If I pass fake news on WhatsApp, I can go to jail. Good. The Singapore there is. So every time somebody sends me some rubbish, the moment I forward it, I am liable for prosecution. So these are the three platforms. Let me see what's next. Yeah, we're going to start soon. Okay, so this is a checklist when you do healthcare prompt engineering. Yeah? So they call this prompt engineering. Highest paid job now. No need to know coding. 300,000 US if you are very good at it. What you're learning today is basic prompt engineering. So if you specialize, keep doing it. There are no courses yet. Maybe we will run one soon. The book will be helpful. What you can do is become a specialist in interrogating generative AI for your colleagues, your faculty members, your peers, even for your students and your teachers. So you're going to learn how to do that. So content and context is very important. We learned already. Later you will try it out. As I mentioned, don't put your personal identifier information into it. Validation, you can even ask it to validate this response. See what it comes up with. Provide me evidence that what you just said is true. You can ask it. Email and then ask it, give me citations of the literature that supports what you just said. Don't trust his citation though. Don't cut and paste his citation. I will ask it, but I will take that citation and I'll put it into PubMed to verify the citation. Okay, I see a lot of people taking notes. I will digress for a while. Prof. Sakina, you must get me to get back, okay? Because she said in my previous two, because once I digress and I'll forget. Hey, no marker. Hello, guys. Pen. Hello. Pen. Marker. Note taking. I see note taking. How to take notes. So, oh yeah, sorry. It's here. Blind man. Have eyes but see not. So when you take notes, take your paper and divide it into half. Right? Here is what I heard or read. Here in a conference you heard or read. So prompt must be, thank you, specific. Here, what I do, what I need to do. So this is the application of knowledge. You learned this knowledge, you need to apply. Here you put that one, do, what do you call this, practical on using prompt for yourself to learn. Number two, run a tutorial for peers on prompting. See how powerful your life becomes? Every day you learn, you are creating something. The whole purpose of being alive, very important philosophy, yeah? The whole purpose of being alive is to learn. So if you don't learn, what should happen to you? The whole purpose is, this is a statement, the answer is obvious. The whole purpose of being alive is to learn. If you don't learn, die. That's why I'm not the prime minister of any country. 40% of people will be executed because they're consuming oxygen. Now, if you learn and keep it to yourself, what are you? Selfish. You're a hoarder. No benefit to society. For every knowledge you learn, you must create something. You don't have to teach it, you don't have to give it, you create it. So today, online learning allows you to create content to be given away free, and you accumulate good merit for life hereafter. So that's how you do it, okay? Sorry, yeah, for the... Yes?
The slides will be shared. So if you want to take pictures of specific slides, you're welcome, but the slides will be shared.
Yeah. Okay, hands-on session. All of you have got an account with all the three platforms? Yes, no? You all received an email, I heard. Yes, no? She said she got an email. Unless she's lying to me or she's special, ma. You're supposed to be, it's my fault. It's my fault. Okay, get the accounts going. I want you to now just hands-on. Start, find a question. Doesn't have to be a clinical. I put clinical question for healthcare. Some of you are not clinical. In your area, what is the problem you're having? Craft it based on the principles of prompt engineering we talked about just now. And then I want you to show me what you get. Compare all three sides. Can you please do that? Okay, let's do it. Come on, let's go. Let's rock and roll. Mr. Fahad is walking around. He's my colleague. If you need help, he's there. Fahad, he has to be the best candidate at the end at 5 o'clock. Okay, good. Next workshop you're running, sir. Maybe just help him to get logged on to the... Can someone give me a problem? I will show you our demo. This is Gemini. Because I am subscribed to advanced, you can see there Gemini advanced. You would probably just see Gemini. Try and use Google Mail. What's the problem? Okay. How do I engage my medical students to learn about diabetes? Okay, pretty reasonable question, not too difficult. So these are not good enough. Engage my medical student in Sri Lanka. Actually, don't worry about spelling because it's a... So I have given it a prompt, very simple prompt, not very complicated. Just want to show what it shows. So it is coming up with some pedagogical strategies that medical educators will be familiar with, right? Problem-based learning, case-based learning. It's talking about interactive learning methods, hands-on experiential learning, COPS theory, technology-enhanced learning, wow. Emphasize the Sri Lankan context, local epidemiology, cultural appropriateness. So what you can see is it has come up with a set of bullet points. You can take this and do a lecture if you want to. But I want to now push it a bit more, And so I said, give me examples for 5. 5 is emphasize the Sri Lankan context. So I'm just going to, I'm not even going to say what it is. Expand on 5 with examples. This is chain of thought. You're taking it thought by thought to go down deeper into it. Taking a little bit time because you're now going and looking at what's in Sri Lanka, 23%, this, that. Because it didn't give me facts. So it kept cultural appropriate, is going through all the thing. I'll let it finish. Public health awareness. But it's not given me any numbers. Huh? Let's see whether we can get some numbers. So I'm going to take trends. So because it didn't give a number there. Sorry, I was looking. Yeah, so I'm going to Control C, copy that from that response. Give me the real date on this and the ref. So now I'm asking it to give me some real data and what give me some, now you got the numbers coming up with the reference. So I will now need to confirm that these references do provide this number. So you turn around and say, I could have got this by doing a Google search. Yes, you can, but it's more time consuming. This is make your own masala or you just buy from the jar. So we bought from the jar, just take it and throw it in. So I want you to just keep trying like this. So this is the chain of thought, pushing it down. You can now go back and try with the others, and then you for yourself make the judgment, which do you think is a better quality? ChatGPT, Microsoft Copilot. I'll quickly show you what is Copilot. So Copilot comes free with those who have Office. So this is Copilot. So if you use Edge, and the top of your Edge browser here, top there, that is Copilot. You see this thing there. So this is Copilot. So Copilot gives you 3 levels of, this is called temperature setting of AI. 0 is absolutely precise, no nonsense. We are in this category. But you are in humanities and your creative writing, you give it this one, which is 1. Allows it to travel all over and give you vague answers, give poetry and things like that. So this is, so I will always go here, precise, and try that. Gemini, you know, ChatGPT, you know. So this is ChatGPT. So ChatGPT, you put it there. So yours may not look like mine because mine's all paid version. All of them are paid version. Just about 10 minutes, I think. Just play with it. Be comfortable. Just to give you a kind of a reminder, all this thing as you're doing now is going to the cloud, to large data warehouses around the world with farms of computers, which are going through 1 trillion, I don't know how many trillion pieces of paper to give you the answer. What it is doing is it's consuming large amount of electricity. And the reason some of these cannot develop more is because there's not enough electricity to use for AI, because we need electricity to cook our idli and our dosas and to put light for us to read. So in this context, as I said, Microsoft has decided to build its own nuclear plant to supply electricity so that it can carry on with its technology work. That's number 1. Number 2 is because of this large consumption of electricity and energy in AI, in generative AI, they need water to cool down the machines. So there's a great use of water, and there is scarcity of water in the world. So just be careful. Don't go and ask stupid questions like, where's the best go-to place to eat? Because that's no relevance. You're unnecessarily, let's all be a little bit more green, okay? So though I'm teaching all these things, but I hope you will use it wisely. Can anybody see what's the question that you asked? Which would your, if you have done all 3, which is your preference? Anybody has done the 3? Okay. Can you speak a bit louder so that everybody can hear?
So I used ChatGPT and Copilot, and I asked about the safety of anti-diabetic drugs in renal disease.
Renal disease,
yes.
okay.
And I said specifically about the sulfonylurias.
Okay.
And so
Can I just stop you
ChatGPT.
there?
Yeah.
So he's given the context and he's given specificity, sulfonylureas. So that, I mean, I don't know anything about drugs except for paracetamol. So that is a bit more depth. So, okay, carry on. Yeah.
And so what I noticed in the first prompt is that Copilot started with the actual guidelines, like based on the ADA
Yes.
guidelines.
Mhm.
And so it started with the where it's coming from, and then it gave a more clearer response with more specific bullet points, whereas ChatGPT just gave 2 paragraphs with more general comment.
So the reason is Copilot actually is using GPT-4 because they own Copilot. I mean, Microsoft owns 49% of, so they give that for free. The ChatGPT using was a 3.5. But if you use a 4, you get a little bit more different response. The other advantage of Copilot is Copilot can access the internet because Copilot is linked to Bing. So the Bing search engine is linked to Copilot and is going through and getting some information from the internet. Though ChatGPT can, but it doesn't go live. It takes on what is already existent before. So the reason sometimes you see these discrepancies, but you're right. We also just did a study, which I just presented last week in Spain. We compared Copilot to ChatGPT-4, and we found that for student teaching, ChatGPT-4 good for junior clinical students, because we were doing clinical-based scenarios. And for mature student, Copilot is better. It gives much more contextualized, real-world problem, where this one does much on theory. So that's a good point. You found something? No, you can even put, if you can't find it, if you don't use Edge in Google, you just put there Bing Chat or Microsoft Copilot, and you should go to the web page. But if you use Internet Explorer, I mean Edge now, call it Edge. I moved from Chrome to Edge because Chrome is resource intensive. If you have 10 Chrome tabs open, your RAM is full. So you start seeing your word is slowing down. Whereas Edge is slightly better. It doesn't use so much of RAM. And now because Copilot is incorporated into Edge, it makes life easier. So I've moved to Edge. Though I had a fight with the Microsoft representative in Asia, and because I told him it's useless for some other reason. He's pissed off with me, but I used it anyway. Okay, anybody else have seen some drastic difference or anything you want to share? If not, yeah, I think we are kind of on time. Let's just go. I just show you how. So this is my paid version of ChatGPT. It's not same as yours, but I have this attachment button in my Omnibox. Can you see that there? Right? Which you don't have, right? You don't have. The 3.5 don't have. So it allows me to upload an Excel file with all my data for my research and ask it to do all the analysis. It does it for me. Whereas you can't do that. So that's one thing you see. And it has this thing, my GPTs. These are personalized GPTs that I have created in the paid version. This later today, you will do your own chatbot using a different platform. But that one, you won't collect money. This one, eventually, I'm hoping to collect money. Not that's not my reason for doing it. So those paid versions, these are easier to do. The other one is slightly more cumbersome. So those are the things. Then I want to show you the settings. So that's my account here. So I go into customize my ChatGPT, and here is how I've customized it. So if you look here, it has custom instructions. What would you like ChatGPT to know about you to provide better response? So you don't have that. And here I've written my brief CV. So brief description about me. So I don't have to repeat over and over again. As I told you, every time I meet somebody new, I have to say who I am. But here I don't have to already, because it's immediately known. Then, so here I put academic, 40 years, whatever. How would you like it to respond? I've also put my version there, which is in a professional manner. So please respond in a professional and academic language and use paragraph unless I request bullet points. Because for writing manuscripts, it's prefer a paragraph unless I ask for bullet points. Always use an evidence-based approach to the response. So I've already asked it to do that. So this is the setting for ChatGPT. Any questions before we move on? Queries, comments, question. So this is a kind of evaluation of the three platforms that I've done. GPT-4, broad spectrum text generation. Gemini AI, conversational and information retrieval, because it is hooked to Google search. Copilot, it enhanced the search experiences of Bing Chat with AI generation. I mean, application scope. Let's look at the application scope. ChatGPT wide-ranging across industries and sectors. Gemini mainly for information retrieval and conversational AI. So it tells you like it's more of a Google search on a conversational sort of stuff, right? Where this one tends to be more, structured. And Copilot is basically quite similar to this, but with some amount of searching. The beauty of ChatGPT is highly adaptable because of the settings just now I showed you, personalization. Gemini is very focused on conversational AI. Having said that, Copilot is quite powerful. I'm going to show you a video now, how I use Copilot as a clinical simulator for clinical students in healthcare education. All right. So this kind of summary. And you think I sat there and did all this? Do you think I did all this? How do you think I did it? How do you think I didn't do anything. I just asked it to compare. I asked ChatGPT to do the comparison. So I've done quite a few. I'm too lazy. I'm really a lazy fella. So I said, let the fella do the work. I already paid for the maid already. Two, I'm going to let the maid sit around there, clean the car, clean the house, clean everything. So I put the things and I asked it to do an analysis and it did it. I also did that with our recent research paper that we presented, where we did human to evaluate, basically to mark an essay. So we got responses from the two, Copilot and ChatGPT for scenario-based learning. And then we asked, healthcare professional educators to mark it. So they marked it with certain rubrics and we gave a certain mark. And then we asked, I being cheeky, I put it back to ChatGPT and I asked ChatGPT to mark it with the same rubrics and he did it. So you can mark your exam papers with ChatGPT. And the comparison were very same. So basically, I'm now validating that the validation by humans is good as the validation by ChatGPT. So you let ChatGPT be the servant of the servant. You know, why not? So you get the maid from India or somewhere, ask her to bring her daughter and her son as sub-maids, one do gardening, one do this. So now I even ask, oh my God, the danger, shouldn't stand here. I even asked ChatGPT to write the prompt. Correct or not? Write me a prompt. I'm too lazy. But the prompt to prompt has to be specific. Write me a prompt about this thing, and that's what we did in our study. I can share that with you. Okay, let's look at this video.
Okay, I want you to now act as a patient so that I could learn how to take a good history. So I want you to act as though you have chest pain that is of acute onset, and we will get into a conversation. I hope you understand this.
Sir, I understand. Let's start. I'm feeling a sudden sharp pain in my chest. It started about an hour ago. The pain is quite severe and seems to be in the center of my chest. It's not like anything I've felt before. I haven't done anything strenuous today that could have caused it. I'm feeling a bit short of breath as well. I'm really worried about what could be causing this.
Do you feel sweaty now?
Yes, I do. I'm feeling quite sweaty and a bit clammy. It's unusual for me to sweat like this when I'm not exerting myself. It's making me feel even more uncomfortable.
Have you had similar episodes before?
No, this is the first time I've experienced something like this. It's quite alarming because I've never had chest pain before. I'm not sure what to do about it. I'm also feeling a bit lightheaded now. It's all very concerning.
Have you had previous history of high blood pressure?
No, I haven't been diagnosed with high blood pressure before. I generally try to maintain a healthy lifestyle, but this sudden chest pain is really worrying me. I've never experienced anything like it before. It's making me feel quite anxious.
Do you feel that this pain is radiating anywhere?
Yes, the pain seems to be radiating to my left arm and up to my jaw. It's a very uncomfortable sensation. I'm not sure what's causing it, but it's unlike anything I've felt before. It's making me feel quite anxious and worried.
Did you feel breathless when you walk up a flight of stairs?
Yes, I've noticed that I've been getting winded more easily than usual. Even simple activities, like walking up a flight of stairs, leave me feeling breathless. It's not something I've experienced before, and is quite concerning given the current situation.
Do you have difficulty sleeping flat on the bed?
Yes, I've been having difficulty sleeping flat on the bed. I found that I need to prop myself up with several pillows to get comfortable. It's not something I've had to do before, and is adding to my concern about this sudden chest pain and breathlessness.
Is there a history in your family with heart disease, heart attacks, or strokes?
Yes, there is a history of heart disease in my family. My father had a heart attack in his late 50s, and my maternal grandfather also suffered from heart disease. It's definitely a concern for me, especially given the symptoms I'm currently experiencing. I'm really worried about what could be causing this.
Okay, I understand your problem. I think you may be having a problem with your heart. We're going to do a simple ECG to test to make sure your heart is okay, and we will do some blood tests. Is that okay with you?
Yes, that sounds like a good plan. I understand the importance of these tests given my symptoms and family history. I'm ready to proceed with the ECG and blood tests. Thank you for your help. I appreciate your thoroughness and concern.
Impressive. To create a standardized patient costs a lot of money to train, to bring them in. You got to pay them 1,000 rupees or whatever it is before they come. And that's me. The voice, you know, is my voice, who doesn't know anything about heart disease. I only know how to operate on the hand. So please forgive me for my history taking. But I passed immediately after that. I asked it to evaluate how good was the history taking. And it says the user has done an excellent job, blah, 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 difficulty. So it is given the rubrics that ask for orthopnea, exertional dyspnea, past history of medical history. This is what we teach our students. So I did okay. But my colleague, who I showed him the video, said, "Hey, I will fail you." So why? That woman is having a heart attack, you take her to the hospital straight away. So that was my prompt was wrong. So I should have prompted saying, ensuring that emergency situations should be, the history should be such that he should take the patient to the A&E. So that's not the fault of the machine, the fault of me. Okay. So Fahad asked me, my colleague, how did I get, that's not an English, not a Sinhalese accent. What accent is that? The lady was speaking. The Chinese, it's Singapore accent, right? It's not even mainland China, it's a Singaporean Chinese accent. That's because my IP address was from Singapore. I'll show you now that I'm going to get an English accent because Sinhala has got no accent on the system yet. Can I go back to this? I just want to show them. Okay, all right. Is it on? Okay. I seem to have lost my co-pilot. Let's ask the question now. Anything you want to ask? Okay, let's just. I want you to take the role of an experienced mental health counselor. I have serious problems in managing my time as my boss has asked me to prepare lectures while I have to see patients in the clinic and my family needs me. Please give me advice in a conversational tone.
I'm really sorry to hear that you're feeling this way, but I'm unable to provide the help that you need. It's really important to talk things over with someone who can, though, such as a mental health professional or a trusted person in your life.
So I asked a so he's waiting for me to respond. Okay. So we can do this. So we created a bot for mental health counseling, and we need to validate. So we have a psychologist here. Is that a pretty good first answer from the bot? Yeah. So she obviously say add more. But if I just not set conversational, it'll go on and on, which get very boring. We want it to be more interactive because they are so powerful. Recently there have been people, actually one of the co-founders of AI used this. She was going through some mental health issue and she went through the AI and she got counseling that she found good, but people commented, but she's a different person, it's dangerous for people at risk. But what we're saying is those who are not that high level of stress, that's suicidal, a lot of students, medical students, so we are working on trying to get university students to get counseling using a bot. Yes, yeah, so that's a good point. Do you want to repeat that? Yeah, it's on.
I would, so this is a good empathetic response. I would end this with asking probably an open-ended question about their situation. Because
here's the fellow will just go and kill himself, right? So he said, can you tell me more or something like that? So that means keep the conversation going. And that was probably my fault in the prompting. So Copilot is pretty good. ChatGPT is coming, not yet. In other countries, already got voice input. So this voice input. So that prompt I gave just now, I call persona prompting. You're asking it to take on the persona of somebody. So when you ask it to take the persona of somebody, it is gathering all the database of a psychologist, mental health counselor, so that the answer becomes quick. You follow what I mean? What's happening in the back end? Okay? Everybody okay with that? So this is like for healthcare education. I think we won't do this one. Because there's mixture of people. Can I just break now? Just want to ask a few of you, instead of doing this, because the next one I want to spend some time doing the bot. Because the next workshop is the bot, if I'm not. Yeah. How would you use this today, just up to now, in your practice? Can I ask you, how would you use it? Looking at what you could do.
I think practice,
Or,
I might...
Or work or whatever it is.
Yeah. Practice, I might maybe pose questions around like casework and formulations and things that I could very quickly get information. But especially for research and academic work, even like lecture structuring, I would ask prompts. I was doing that actually when you said use for examples.
Yeah.
What would I use in a particular lecture, etc. I have a sort of a panel coming up, so yeah, I asked it. What could I, how could I integrate the areas into women in tech industry? How do I bring mental health? So things like that. A lot of interesting points.
So have you paid for it yet?
Not yet, but I'm now
thinking about it. I own 99% of you, madam. How would you use it? I mean, in your own practice. I mean, practice means in your daily life.
Yeah, actually, I'm using that for many things, preparing lessons and also reviewing research articles and writing articles even. And also for preparing practical sessions and also many things. day-to-day life also.
Can I just ask, I mean, you've been using it all the while, and today, has that exercise that we did on prompting made any, I mean, you were there yesterday also. So how has that changed the way, I mean, how did you learn before? Just trial and error.
Yeah.
So heuristic learning, right? Just natural learning. But now having gone through this, what do you think?
Yeah, this is better, somewhat better than that actually. We should give more information to the chat bot before giving that straightforward. So I think this way is better than what I learned earlier.
By trial and error.
Yeah.
Can I ask how many of you did some form of prompt learning? That means you went on YouTube, learn how to prompt, or all of you. Anybody did? Anybody put up a hand? Went and learned? You did. Where did you learn, Roshan? TikTok, okay. So that's, unfortunately, that's where most of the information is coming on prompt engineering, right? And on how to do prompting. I'm not sure, but I like to say that I'm the first one. We have created a workshop to do this. I mean, we started doing this from early last year. And so there are some books that has come up about how to do. So I think the prompting has to be industry specific. So that's why my book is healthcare promptology. Maybe some engineering people need to write because they're all specific for that. So I'm just trying to see how you would incorporate it into your area of practice, okay? Anybody else want to say something, you know, of how you could use it? So for me, my book title is Artificial Intelligence in Healthcare for Practice, Teaching, and Research. So that's the three areas that we are all involved as healthcare professionals. For administration, it's slightly different, but also in healthcare administration, there's certain aspects. So we also do specifically for them, the administrators, the workshop. I think that's what John did yesterday afternoon. Anybody else want to say something, comment about how they would use this and how they're going to pivot on this to do something else? Okay. Chatbots. So ChatGPT is a chatbot. So chat means conversational robot. It's bringing two words together called chatbot, conversational. So the role of chatbot is that you're using AI with large language models. So there is a front end of the AI, the console, the user interface, is got programming in there using the algorithms of how to do the search and construct, synthesize the new text to present to you. You follow me? So there is that first interface. The first interface is you ask it a question, it knows how to break your question down into diabetes, Sri Lanka, young males, that specific questions. And then it knows how to collect information here and stitch it in such a way. That's a large language model. But the database to get the text is behind it. That's a huge hard drive full of all the information that's been put up there. But when it pulls out all these things, there is cow, milk, cry, Argentina, bring all that together. This is the fella who does that and shows it to you in human language. So chatbot has those things. So AI-driven, simulate conversation, text or voice. So you see Copilot is using voice. Gemini not using voice yet. Though in Google search you can use voice, but I don't know why Gemini is not using. But I think it will come soon. And AI, ChatGPT has, but my version, I mean, for us, I'm registered from Singapore, it's not yet there. So all this is there. So it's machine learning, and it learns and learns and learns. So what is his role in healthcare? It's a tremendous role in healthcare, from patient triage. So this has already been used. So my hospital is a paperless hospital in Singapore. We have no pieces of paper in the clinic. So I can't type. I don't even know where the A is, B, because I refuse to learn. We're supposed to learn, but we are not typewriters. So my notes are all very short. I told my boss, better, cured, heal, discharge. I won't write long story like physicians all. I got no time. My physician, because I spend 90 seconds a patient. I see 130 patients in a day. Where do I have time to write? The patient is feeling better, I'll finish. I'll go home, he will go home, he'll have 3 children by the time I finish typing his notes. So we are a very powerful system. They do have a voice transcription within the system, but our Singapore government didn't buy it. It's too expensive, so they wanted us to type. But in the US, they have now put ChatGPT into the system. So we have electronic, so this is something that I think in the Ministry of Health, we were thinking about it. Singapore has adopted ChatGPT. Just because Sri Lanka doesn't mean you can't do it, because the price may come down and you may be entitled to world funding, because healthcare is so important, to start an electronic healthcare system. And that's where you can combine with your colleagues in the various technology university with AI people. So we have electronic medical records. That's our EMR. So it's called EPIC EMR. It's an American system. A lot of hospitals use it. It's run by one bloody woman who's got billions and trillions of dollars. So we have key stations, multiple stations. There's a patient and there's a doctor sitting on the table with a computer, which is going back and forth. So this conversation and what we just had, we are now typing it, transcribing it, put it inside here to write a note. So in the US, they have put in a module with the microphone here. You just talk to the patient. So here my patients have complained. I told my hospital, computer is here. So my computer is here. My patient is there. She's my patient. So I'm like that. How long pain? When are you coming? Doctor never looked at me. So I said, why don't we take the computer, put the HDU unit, I can look through the computer into eyes. He said, dream on. My boss said, dream on. We're not going to give it to you. So this is causing some conflict with the patient. Patient getting angry. Because this is a significant problem with it. Because when a patient is already upset with you looking into the computer, because I can't type, otherwise I have to write and then transcribe in between patients. Where do I have the time? I have a social obligation to finish 130 patients. So if we can put that, what I just demonstrated, into the system as I'm typing, the whole conversation is now put into, this is what they have done, into a transcript. Taken the voice, transcript, doctor, patient, doctor, patient, doctor, patient, finish. Then you press a button, summarize into a clinical medical record. It will do it. So next time you do a transcription, try it in your clinic, take a transcription. There's a thing called Otter, OTTER.li, I think. It gives you 60 minutes free. I use it regularly to do my medical reports. It's a transcribe. As you talk, you need broadband access. As you have a conversation, it will convert it to a script, and within 2 minutes, it will give it to you as an email. Take that, put it into ChatGPT, and say, write me a clinical record based on symptoms, physical examination, if you have talked about, or just history, on the history. And it will come out as a proper record. My clinical colleagues in general medicine, see, they only see 20 patients a day. So we used to shout and scream. We are seeing 130 patients, but then the boss said, you're getting more pay than the damn, you see. But I don't, because mine is very simple. Your bone broken, fix lah, put one screw, get lost. They say, what's wrong? Oh, auntie, I got pain here, there, they'll tell story, grandmother's story. The history is very long. So for them, and some of them have been coming hospital for 20 years. The case notes are fills up one whole room. So they do pre-clinics, because ever since those days, they will read the notes in the morning. Now there's no more notes. All the papers are disappeared. So they set up pre-clinic. That means a clinic before the clinic, where they spend the same amount of time reading through because you miss that he was on one drug, you can give the wrong drug and they die. So they will check everything. Whereas with GPT-4, you can just say, Mrs. Bandaranaike's note, can you please summarize for today? She's coming in with a cough. Stop, we will take everything and summarize it. That is how AI is making it. So this has already been done in the US with EMR, with Epic. They have also put this patient contact center. So what happens in the patient calls, the robot answers. What's wrong with you? We are all familiar with the robots. I think Lanka or whatever, I don't know how much but in Singapore, we never speak to any human. We all speak to robots. The chatbot will come up, you have to talk to it, and it's impossible to get in. But it will give them appropriate advice because all been validated, may even get them an appointment automatically. So in Singapore, because, you know, we are a small country, the booking of badminton court was a big thing. They only open at 12 o'clock. I mean, tomorrow's, you can even book for tomorrow at midnight. People are sitting in the house, 12:01 to click because immediately the court is booked. But 12:02, all the courts are booked. Now they have put AI into it. So it's got a thumb algorithm and it works. So chatbots are the way forward. And today you're going to create a chatbot in about 10 minutes time. So the chatbot can do I showed you mental health support, patient education, remote monitoring, clinical decision support. So clinical decision support, I use it for hand surgery. All A&E doctors don't call me. Because when I first arrived in Singapore, I was only hand surgery. Now we've got 3 of us. So we let them do that. When you cannot find the answer there, then call us. So it makes us life better. And people don't, because they're very scared to call a consultant at night. Probably I won't scold, I won't answer. Okay, I got junior people to do. But so they are shy for whatever. But at least with the robot, they will keep talking and they get the answer. So you get better care. So I'll quickly show you with the paid version of GPT, I'm going to demonstrate how you could create a bot in about 2 to 3 minutes. So this is live, huh? We are live. I am going to so you see, these are some of the bots I have created. This is for orthopedic operation notes. For those who are not aware, whenever we do any operation, we have to write a complete detail what we did, what did we cut, what screw we put, what size, how did we stitch, what sutures were used, all I have to. Time consuming. I never do it. I'll get my slaves. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't. My registrar, my junior doctors, that's their life. They'll go and write it for me. Half the time they write nonsense. And then when I come back, I can't remember what we did because we see so many patients, very dangerous. So now I've created this. So this is an orthopedic op note. I just show you an example. So this writes orthopedic notes. So let's say, write notes for carpal tunnel surgery of the left hand. So when I created it, I made sure I told it what are the parameters, my prompts, but it's so easy to do. So look, this is exactly how my medical record wants this done. But the top data I don't need to fix because it's auto-populated by the fact that I booked the patient from my clinic. So I have to put, this is all legally required of me. This is the bloody paperwork I have to do. And my operation takes 4 minutes. To write this would take 10 minutes. And what a waste of time. So now I write it in 2 minutes, still half, because my operation, cut stitches, I'm done. My registrars take 15 minutes, I take 4 minutes. So the efficiency this is going to produce. And I have taken care of all. So the closure, 4-0, Vicryl, it has put that in brackets because I may want to change it because it depends on what stitching you like. You like mattress stitches or whatever. So legally, I'm okay now. If the patient has complication, the first thing they check, doctor, you didn't write, I'll get screwed. So this has made it. So this is specific for orthopedics. It's available for anybody with a paid version to use this in their own, okay? But I want to show you to create a new one. I'm going to create none. Somebody think up of an idea, what chatbot you want. So this, again, is only for the paid version. So it's called My GPTs. That means it's a personalized made for each room. So I have one made for my bedroom, one made for kitchen, one for the car, one for the garden, one for the toilet, and one to clean my shoes. Right? That's the level we are going to. So I'm going to create. I think some of you saw this yesterday. Please bear with me. It's a revision. Later you can do one. So he's asking me, what would you like to make? What would you like to make? Come, madam, what would you like to make? Do one counselor I have ready. Something, right? Okay. So he wants what no, that's quite similar to my operative notes. Somebody come up with some idea. What would you like? What servant would you like? What maid would you like? Right? Madam is an anesthetist. So we are like procedurists. We have to take consent. We have to explain to patient what's going to happen. If I didn't explain, it's called the informed consent is not complete. And if they sue, I mean, Sri Lanka, not yet, but I'm sure it's coming. Suing is going to come to you and the hospital will wash their hands. You didn't explain, you pay. Recently, one of my doctors had to pay out of their own pocket, 50,000 Sing dollars because the patient complained. So what was the income again? Pre-operative patient education, right? For anesthesia. Nice one. I like that. I will make this live. I'll make some money. So pre-operative patient education for anesthesia. So it is now collecting all the, this one, that's anesthesia, that's patient education, collecting appropriate files together, and it is building it. Pre-op guide. Maybe I don't like it. Pre-op, what's pre-op anesthesia? Any short words? So I don't like that type. A pre-op guide is, maybe it's guide for the doctor, we don't know. So it means pre-anesthetic counselor. Ready for, because not such as anesthesia, isn't it? Because sometimes you're not operating, you're just giving pain. So something to do anesthesia. So yeah, just trying to give it a nice name, you know, some chat, because this is going to become permanent. Because I may do this permanent. Anesthetic educator, no, that'll become anesthesia. Let's just put something else. I can always change this. Pre-NS counselor. Oh, shit. We can change it, you know, just so like you want the name to be that it means what it says, you know, so that's what it's going to do. So it has accepted my name, the new name, and is now creating a profile picture. So this is again, I remind you, that looks okay. No, so let's put it as what? Make it a robot, right? Change. So it's telling me and guiding me to, so it's kind of personalizing it. But later you will do one. So while we are doing this, I want you to get ready your database, a Word document, a PDF document, from which it will collect the data to give advice to your patient, to your students, to your peers, to the people who are your stakeholders. That looks good, right? There's an ECG on the heart. Okay, we accept. Okay. So he says, let's fine tune it. So what do you want to focus? He's asking me, simple language, offer detailed explanations, or focus on easing anxiety. I think focus on easing anxiety, both, simple language and anxiety, easing anxieties. Simple, okay. So you're asking, do you want it to avoid anything in the conversation? Could be technical jargon. Shall we say avoid technical jargon? Okay. I put negative emotions, right? Don't be negative. But though anesthetists, you'll die, you'll die. Then they will say, I don't want to come for operation, But you have to tell them that there's a possibility of death. Because if you don't tell them in healthcare, you remember, if you don't tell the worst possible complication, and if it happens, then you have nothing to stand on, you are screwed. Okay. Friendly, right? You want it to be friendly, yeah? Something, they're asking you, would you prefer something friendly or formal? You want friendly or you want formal? Friendly, yeah? Friendly and conversational. Can you see this is what the settings were in the ChatGPT for your own self? So this is what it is doing. It is now setting somebody, another persona. So it's a persona creation. Okay. Give me a case. We are ready to try. So on the right-hand side is your emulator, my sandbox to try it before I make this permanent. So what can you ask it? A stupid question from a patient. Let's try as stupid as possible and see what it gives. Okay. I am going for inguinal hernia. Yep. What do you want? Okay. No, but let's do something. How do I prepare? It's talking about surgical procedure first, brief explanation. Generally, that's what you would advise, right? Where I come, no. What else? No, we probably need to ask a bit more. Ask it to ask a bit more. You want an anesthetic part? Will it be painful? Okay. Yeah. No. How will anesthesia yes. Must also realize they're not technical people, they are normal human beings who are going to ask some. Yeah, so it's going there. So it's now giving types of anesthesia. General, regional. So then I'm going to ask what are the dangers? So you can find this in the internet if you go through it, but you don't have the reliability. So what this lacks now is the endorsement of reliability. This is OpenAI. So this ChatGPT now needs to be validated. So if this faculty of anesthesiology, the College of Anesthesiology in Sri Lanka, makes this, then they spend maybe some research with various questions that they have had from their question bank, do a modeling and hit it with all these questions, and all the answers are validated by 3 anesthetists. So generally you need 3 expert review panels to validate and mark it. And once the Cronbach alpha is 0.7 and above, you can say this is a validated patient education ChatGPT, personalized GPT. Let me just put what are the risks. So it's typically very safe, which is what you would say also. Local anesthetic, yeah. So it's going through, it's not going to be perfect, but this can be printed and given on the day of the pre-anesthetic consult. So they come in usually for an anesthetic consult, and the anesthetist has gone through it, and you've given this. So in the event they sue you because something happened from anesthesia, they got sore throat, which you didn't tell because you're going to intubate. Then he said, hey, madam, I gave you that PIP, you signed on it. So that's kind of like defensive medicine. But more important is giving them information. Instead of they sitting in a clinic and spending 20 minutes and you going through all of it, just talk to the bot. If still you got questions, you contact me. So all the questions. So one of the ways is if you got a FAQ, and the FAQ answers frequently asked questions for your area of work, and you have the answers, you can use that now and upload to create. So this is the easy way using ChatGPT paid version to create a bot. Okay, now we do the hard way, which is free. Okay, where am I? I don't know where to go. So I want you to go to BotPress. So just run this quickly, and then you're going to do a demo. So you go to BotPress. Can you do that now? Botpress.com, I think. And you have to put your email, and while you're registering, please have ready, because it is going to be your personalized bot. I need a Word document or a PDF document of the knowledge base. This is called the knowledge base on which you are going to interrogate and get answers in natural language, instead of looking for the answer in it, all right? So get ready that also, because we're going to upload that when we create the bot. So those who have registered, can you click create chatbot? You should come to something like this. I'm just going to do a very brief to that. In 10 minutes, your bot is ready. Then you can go and clean it, make it pretty, describe it, and all that you can do. And again, you will use your servant to do it. You're not going to do it yourself. So describe this one. Give me a name. Ask ChatGPT to give you a name for your bot and all this. Can I move to the next slide? Or you? Everybody done? Click on create chatbot. So you should come to something like this. You already created your chatbot, right? Your chatbot is ready, but it doesn't have anything in it, in the contents. So, okay, I think I better do it live. Do you get this screen? You got this screen, second screen. So you click type from scratch. Okay, let me see why. So this is the older one. No. This is a different platform that we are trying to do. Okay. So I've got some live bots, so I have to use another account. That's what I was trying to avoid. Because my original account, okay, this side, okay. So let's create, let me delete this fella. Let me delete him. Yeah. Is it? Okay. I'm going to try and create chatbot, because I think one of them I need to, okay, so edit. Bart just said that it was giving some trouble yesterday, but let's see. So I'm going to start from scratch. Do you get this? Yeah. Then you use a template. And you get this. Yeah, right. The first thing to do, because you get very irritated afterwards, you go and click here. This bot is empty. All right. Click that and remove this box here. Replace it with how you would like to greet your customer. To change to hello world or whatever. So this is like Python coding, you know. So if you, I don't know what you want to say. So if I'm going to create a bot, you can even say this is your description of that. This bot is going to hold your hands for anesthesia. Bot is going to be your personal guide. I'm just going to say personal guide. Because I don't know what I'm going to upload it. And then you press return. Yeah. So now it should, yeah. So you see in the bottom, it's already changed. So this is a greeting of your bot. So do that first. All done? So if you're going to really create a bot, you might as well create a bot you're going to use. So if it is an anesthesia, put it there, welcome, I am your friend who's going to hold your hand through your journey of anesthesia. How do you find that word? Put it in ChatGPT. Do it now. Go to ChatGPT and say, there, I am going to create a chatbot to help medical students to study anatomy. Give me a nice description to welcome them to the chatbot. See what it says. Cut it and paste it here. All right? So I'll give you 2 minutes to do that. So what is a bot? A bot is just a robot that is going to collect data from you. Okay. Let me just explain this in my very nice way. I hope it is an easy way. Suppose all the knowledge in the world is sitting in each of these tables. Medicine is here, mathematics is here, science is here, all over the place. If I ask a question on where's the best kotu in town, in Kandy, it has to run here, run there, find kotu, what is kotu, which Kandy is where, best one based on the reviews, bring all that together to give me the answer. Very inefficient. What is a chatbot? Chatbot says, all the kotu in Kandy is here. I put all the kotu on this small table. When you ask about the best kotu with spice and curry leaf, you'll come here and get the answer. So it's fast, efficient, less energy. Instead of running around the whole table, that's what you're doing now. You're putting the cup of knowledge here. So now we need to put the cup of knowledge. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go to default knowledge base, left column, default knowledge base. Click default knowledge base. You should arrive here. Default knowledge base. Everybody here? Because you chose WordPress. No. So you go back and don't choose that template. So you should be empty. There should be no knowledge base for you. If you're done that, go back to that bot, delete that bot, and then create another one, but don't choose the original template, because that's the WordPress. It's already pre-filled knowledge base. It's too untidy. Start from scratch, and then you just click template, you'll come to the empty one. Start from scratch. Yeah.
Okay, so the challenge that we were facing yesterday, and some people are facing today as well, is for some people the option to start from scratch is being
Remove.
visible, but for others it's grayed out. I don't know why. So not everybody is able to start from scratch. What they are able to do is start from the WordPress template tutorial. So my request is that they delete everything and then start.
First of all, you must be logged in. Please use your email, and without an account, it's going to be very difficult. So log it in. I don't know why I don't get that. Can those who don't have this empty one, please ask Fahad. He will come and tell you how to do that. So yes, Fahad, can you just help them out? So I'll just progress with mine. So when you see, I have a website, I have a document, and I have a table. This is all free. This is open access now. So we need to go to Reg GPT, Reg Chat. As I explained just now, so now we need to know this. So we are creating a chatbot on a predefined knowledge base, a data set that is predefined. So this is my interface, where when you publish your chatbot, that the jokers are going to come and prompt here. So when the moment they come, your wordings are, welcome to the world's best anesthetic guidance. So that's the bot. Then they will type the question and it'll go to your knowledge base. And all this is within WordPress. This is the universe, the world, right? The internet. So you can have many. So you can have one FAQ for anesthesia, anatomy of the throat, complications in GA, various Word documents. So this is you're building your knowledge base, and litigation in anesthesia, whatever it is. So when it asks, it will go there. And then the response will come from there. And that's how it's going to be interrogating. Now, if I choose it, but most of the time I don't want it to go anywhere, just in case the answer is not found here, you can have the option for it. It will go here first. If this is 0, then it will ask it to go here and come back here. You understand? So this is RAG, retrieval augmented generation of response.
Okay, so assuming you were one of the people who were not able to access, create chatbot from scratch, that option was grayed out. And the only option that was available was create WordPress tutorial template. Because a lot of you have to figure out. But there's just one extra step. You go into choose that, because you have to do anything else, and you delete everything. Right click, delete, right click, delete. That will bring you to where Dr. Y is.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Yes, so you see, start, and if you delete everything else, then you should just have the greeting. The greeting is already there.
Yeah, yes. Yeah. So that's what I did just now, because I just went back and deleted the whole thing and come back again. So we have now need to create. So please, this is important. So what you do now is you want to create this joker, this set of documents, right? You want to create this. I'm going to upload it. So go to document, not the website, not the table, document. So like formulary, you can put the table. Prof? So like if you want to create a chatbot for all the formulary in Sri Lanka, that should be a table, an Excel table somewhere. You can put it there. So that's for people who have data structured in a table, large table set, you can do that. So I'm going to click here. So the document must be PDF, doc, or HTML and text. So it's asking me to find the document. Let's see. Oh God. I got one research methodology. It's a book, I think. So I'll just use that. So I am now dragging a document that I have. So I hope you have that document ready. I did tell people, I think they may not email you, but I told you earlier during coffee time, instead of eating cakes, you should have found the document. So now it's already there. Research methodology, PDF. I think it's a book I found from somewhere for free. I put it up just for demo. Now I said, okay, that's pretty good. I got one, but I don't want to come back and edit all these things. I want to do a RAG chatbot. I want it to escape to the cloud. Now, when you put a website, so escape to the cloud is available on a website. So this, you can go to the Sri Lankan National Formulary website. It cannot be a dynamic website. If the pages are changing every second, it won't work. It has to be a static website. You can add that in. So if it is a static website, you can add that in. If not, so that means you use the first one. If it's a static website, this is a table. So you can add, this is adding some more. I already got a PDF file. I want to add more data set to my chatbot. Everybody following me? Yes, yes, no, or forever hold your peace. So if I have a table, I don't have a table. So people who have got table data, you may want to upload here. But you go to the next one, is the, cannot look backwards. Let your bot search the entire web. So I'm going to click that. So you said search on specific. So once you click that, you get the bottom one. The default is search specific website. If you have one, then you type it on top of the URL. I don't. So I'm going to say the entire web. You also can say filter only last 10 years, but I'm not bothered. Once I do that, I am done. Okay? So I go back to the main. I'm ready to publish, but let me try and see whether it works. So on the right bottom corner is the emulator. Emulator is a sandbox to try it out before I publish this. Okay? Everybody following me? Are you ready to try your bot? I'm going to try. What is mixed methods? Maybe I need to publish it first. Let's try. Bot is published successfully. Okay. I'll go back to the main and share. So you, after you have published it, go to share. Let's try it out on the real. Should work. So that's your bot. So you notice that it's saying some things which is, we'll go and change that. What is mixed methods? So it's answering that already. So I don't like this chatbot was surprisingly built fast and all that nonsense, right? So, okay. Have you got up to here? Can you get this? Publish it, share, you're already on the website, on your chatbot. This chatbot is now live, real. Anybody can look for it, but the name and all, I need to edit it. Can you all reach up to here with your documents? We're not going to move anywhere until you do that. Yes? How can I help you? Oh, template session. Just remove all the cards. Look at your WordPress knowledge. Yeah. Yeah, just remove that, delete that. Remove. Yeah. There, you're here. So just to remove, go to knowledge base. If you have the template with WordPress, there's one WordPress knowledge base, tick it and delete. Then you'll come to that page when I started off with the 3 web, table, or document. Yes. You must get this, otherwise you're not going home. We won't proceed any further until you get this. Yes. Yes. Okay. Now publish it. Yeah, then go and publish it. Yes. And then you go and share and then you test it out. Okay? Good. You published it already? Go to the main and publish it.
No.
Oh, you want to add some more?
This.
Oh, this one you remove.
Sure.
Just click this and delete. Remove selected. Yes, delete.
My worry is
Yeah.
this is a real PDF for ebook. So
Yeah, you can delete it later. I just want you to try it
okay.
because you have no permission to use it. You're worried about that. Yeah, yeah. Guys, if you are using a document that you don't have rights to use it first. Later you delete it. I just wanted to see how easy today you have become an application developer. Only thing I can't give you, we get Roshan to give you a certificate. You have created your first web app with 0 code. You are an application developer specialist in healthcare. I will give you a degree. So once you reach that, if everybody has reached that, we're now going to make it pretty, right? The bride is ready. She showered and all. Now we'll have to put the Kanjipura sari and we'll have to put the flowers on her head. You know about copyright. You know about copyright. You don't need to be a lawyer. That means you cannot copy people's right. How many of you heard of copyleft? Ah, you never heard. So copyleft was the beginning of open source. So I believe in open source. All my material, you can use whatever you want. You want to claim it's yours, you can try. I don't care because I'm not making money. So as long as what you found is in public domain, that means it was on an internet, legal internet website, and you took it from there, you are allowed to use it without commercial gain, but with adequate citation. Adequate citation. That means you must say this chatbot was built. So you have to start from the beginning. Was built on Mr. Bandaranaike's textbook on prompt engineering for healthcare professionals. Then it is safe. You're not collecting money. You're promoting him. Okay? So that's what I wanted. So it's called copyleft. Anything in the public domain you can use without permission as long as you do not have commercial gain. Now you got to go to the published version to see how it works. But the emulator sometimes doesn't work. So you wait for it to publish, and then you go to share. And then you test it out there. Wait for it. It takes, okay. Now go to share. And that's your bot. Right, so you can do that. Okay. You've done it? You must tell your minister, it took you 6 years to do this, then you give me leave. Okay. You've done that already. Okay, now publish it. Go to the main. Yeah. Yeah. So it's not running. Why? Let's go back to your. Where's your? Go back to the bot. Press main page. Okay. Look at your default page. Okay, that's good. So you go back to your main default workspace. So like this is mine. It's got some stupid name there. Mine is Outstanding Mink. Okay. So you click on that and then you go to edit. You want to edit your new chatbot. You should come here, go to settings, chatbot settings. You go down to the bottom of it, you scroll your screen, delete chatbot. Go to the main dashboard, your working space, choose there at the bottom, delete. Now, when you go to the chatbot settings, you come here, right? So it's got the name it says is Outstanding Mink, the stupid name, all right? So we change it. What was ours? I forgot. Oh, research guide, methodology guide. Why? Okay. The rest of it, you leave it blank. Bot settings, that is done. So now, if you go to the bot, it shouldn't be reading as, I will go to the main, back to dashboard. So you see the name has changed to research methodology. Okay? Please change the name to an appropriate name. Have you done that? Done? No? Part? Okay, I'll come. Why can't you? Have you done your bot? Now, do your bot first. Finish your bot. Finish your bot. So then we come back to this. No, because you want to make it, because today this bot is going to go live. You're going to go live and let all your students and teachers and peers use it. That's the whole idea. You have to be, otherwise you won't get the certification. Go to bot settings, go to the main. No, go to the main. Yeah. And then here. This three, no. Here. Yeah. And then here the name, change it. If you have all renamed your bot and ready, we move to the next step. Okay. So go to the dashboard. Go to your dashboard. So you go up right at the top. Can you see here? This top, that brings you to the back to dashboard where it has all your stuff. Then go to the bot, like mine I've already renamed. You click on that bot, all right? Then you edit it. Go to the top here, you edit the bot. You'll reach this page, all right? Now, you are now within the bot. Go here, the gears, chatbot settings, the gears that is next to the knowledge base and under the hook, the gears under the hook on the far left, the gears that are found under the hook. You click that and it reaches chatbot name on the top. And that's where you change it, this box, right on the top. Here. So you go the chatbot settings here, this gear, you will come to this, just clear. The rest of it, you just leave it, just clear that. Sorry? You know, it will save automatically save. Now you go back to the main, you see the different. You go back to the dashboard. So to confirm whether your change is okay, it does it straight away, live auto save. You go back to the main dashboard. Now you find it's no longer Charming, Dunning, or whatever rubbish it is. It's given your name should be there. So you click on that and you're ready now to move to the next phase, is to put the makeup and the jewelry on your bride. You already put the Kanjibra sari, they can recognize her. Now you're going to put the makeup, which is the description and things like that. Are we ready? Do you want me to proceed? I shall wait for the others. Everybody ready? Ready? We're going to beautify our bot. So all of us have created a bot, right? All those who haven't put up your hand. So guys, if you put many websites that are not static, it won't. Remove it. Remove it. For the time being, don't try and be funny, okay? Just be simple. Try to do advanced. You're a baby. Put your knowledge base and put the internet. That's enough for the time being. Later, you go home and you add other documents to make it more robust. Remember this thing. You know, I spent hours on that because I was putting in website. So this is a RAG chatbot. This is what you're creating, a RAG chatbot. Put your stuff first. Create your basic foundational knowledge database with all your Word documents. So one of them is having problem because the PDF is a corrupted PDF. So you try and go back and use a clean. Sometimes RTF is better because RTF file format is very clean, no formatting. Do that and just add the entire internet. That's all. If you put websites, you can, but you must understand how that website is. If the website has already put in advertisements and banners, it won't work. Because it goes, the technical term behind it, the web crawler is going to go there, and when it starts seeing things moving, it doesn't know what to grab. So the web crawler is the search engine optimizing thing that is going and looking at the web. So best is to take static website. You understand that? I'm just trying to explain to you why you shouldn't do it. But if you don't know, don't worry about explanation. Just listen to me. I am God. I say you listen, don't question me. Do not put websites for the time being. Just put the internet search. No specific website. So in the event, it doesn't embarrass you. We don't want it to go to the internet to search because we don't trust the internet. We trust your knowledge base because you are the specialist. You have created that knowledge base. Let's trust you. But we have an escape clause. In the event you did not put that specific information, you don't want it to say, I don't know. So that makes you look bad. Let it go out and get something else. Roughly correct, incorrect, doesn't matter. At least is the student has got, or the user has got some information. Okay? Everybody with the bot now? Who else has got no bot? Put up your hand, no bot. We must all have bot because it's 100% bot achievement. Perhaps she's having some difficulty. Yes. 10, several. I mean, she has put 10 documents. So you can put anatomy, physiology, pathology, whatever you want. You can put up to 1,000 pages. The limit is 1,000 pages. So not more than 1,000 pages. So if you have 2,000, break it into anatomy 1,000, pathology another 1,000, 2 bots. This is a free version, is it? You're only allowed to create 3 bots. The 4th bot, it stops you. So use another cheap Indian fella, use another email and create another account. We all know the tricks, right? Okay, let us now go and beautify it. So when you go to the default dashboard, you're here. Everybody here? Correct? So mine is the research method right at the bottom. So I've clicked it. I'm now onto this page, right? You're on the, so click your bot. You should be on this page. Go to integrations. Go to, so this is where if you want to delete the bot, at the bottom, delete chatbot. It's purposely hid so that you don't accidentally delete it. At the bottom, that's where you want to delete. So you go to integration. So it starts, you can integrate this into a WhatsApp. I won't do that first. So there's a web chat, you have to do some stuff. So bot name, amazing bot, please change it here also. This is what people are going to see, research methodologies. If you have an avatar that you want to use URL, you can put it here. The face, monkey face, whatever. So anyway, don't worry about that. It's up to you. Now, the bot description, very important. So let's go to ChatGPT and say, "Hey, write me a description on research So my servants don't sleep at all. I will whack them. Why should I go and think about the description? So it's giving me all the details. This you can publish into a manual and give it to them. Full detail, but I want a quick one. So I said, write a one paragraph promo description. So my prompting is giving me, because he knows I'm a detailed person, giving all kinds of stuff. So this one, you can write a promo article about your chatbot, copy this and send it out on LinkedIn. Everybody, oh my God, this is a bot developer has done this. So here coming, introducing the cutting edge research methodology chatbot, blah, 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 blah. Still a bit too long for me. I don't like it. Cut by half. So press A, remember you did composition and press A? Yeah, I like that. All right. So I've cut a long one into half. Meet the research methodology chatbot, your go-to AI guide. Oh, I love it. I love it. Normally, you had to pay a promoting consultant advertiser few $1,000s to create all this. Nowadays, my $20 mate will do everything for me. Where was I? Here, isn't it? No, not this one. Yeah, so the bot description, I'm going to paste it there. Right? So I've done the bot description. Compose placeholder. Placeholder is what we did already just now. If you're not happy with that, you can ask ChatGPT to write a placeholder. So I'm now going to ask ChatGPT. So this is what they are greeted with. So I'll go back to ChatGPT and say, write a placeholder for the bot. I prefer this than my earlier one. A bit too long also. Reduce by 30%. When I was in primary school, we had to do presse, isn't it? 1,000 words, write a presse in 200 words. Now I'll put to ChatGPT, the place is done. That's why the children are all, okay, hello, I'm your son, soon to be, I thought son of a bitch, oh my God, soon to be research methodology. Okay, I like that one. Stay tuned. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thanks. Where are we? Oh, shit. Oh, yeah, here. Yeah. Composer placeholder, Control C. I'm not reading it completely. This one, if you want to change the color, I got no time for all that. So integration is done. Policy, anything else here? Pre-configured. So we hit so here you have the settings. right? So under integrations, we have 3 tabs on the top. We have changed the bot name. We have changed the bot description. We have put the placeholder. So this is all beautification of our bride. Now I want to present her to the husband. So we need the link. So this is the link. I'm going to copy this link. Now this link is useless. Who's going to remember? I can make it into a QR code and I can make it into a tiny URL code. So I'm going to tiny URL it. So let's go to tiny URL. You're following me, right? So you're all clever people. So I paste my long code here. My alias is tinyurl.com is RE guide. I just put it RE guide. Okay, shorten URL. Oh, actually, it doesn't matter. QR code, PNG is downloaded. So now I have a short URL. I have a QR code. I am ready to give my bride to the whole world. Everybody, you have to put your guide onto the Padlet, otherwise you will not get your certificate. You won't get attendance also. So all of you who haven't done it yet, quick lunch, eat the salad. No need to eat the meat all. Come back here with a coffee and finish your work for 1:30. So lunch is kind of going to be ready, I hear. Any questions so far? Anybody? Yes. Which one? The ref. So when you put in your paste, so let me do that. Let me create another one, show you. Refresh. So you enter your long link here. You cut and paste here. Then customize your link. You can put anything here. Put your name, whatever. So just put here the LIS. So you put whatever LIS you want, and then it will shorten, and it'll also give you a QR code. So that's how everybody does it. You saw all our tiny URL. That's how we do it. So now your chatbot is ready. So what have you become? What have you become, sir? Today, apart from what you are, what have you become today? Hopeful and no, you have become a web application developer. You are an app developer without coding. You're feeling as an imposter, right? How this bastard comes here, just tells me in 10 minutes, you are. You have created an app. You want to make money? That's up to you. You can take this app, if it is good enough, what I would do, seriously, I'm not joking here. If you think it is worth the while, you go back and you refine this app, keep refining it, putting the database, making it prettier, get some help from your computer fellows to nicely bash it up, put it into a web page, and you can sell it. You don't need the money. Take the money and give it to the poor. And you say that all subscription to this web chatbot would be given to the poor. Because I don't want you to be rich. The rich will have great difficulty in the next life. The poor will be wonderful in the next life. So it is an opportunity. So you have developed. So don't feel as an imposter. So when I first did this in APU 1 year ago, the head of business school sat there, she followed, and she said, I done. I said, yeah, okay, good. You mean, that's it? I said, yeah. So easy. I said, shut up. Don't say easy, lah. It was difficult. So don't tell your boss it took you 10 minutes to do. So I spent, boss, the whole weekend I didn't sleep. I did this. Can I have 1 week off? Yeah. So it's not difficult. While we are doing it, we are making knowledge accessible to as many people as possible. So if it is your whole textbook, if you are teaching anatomy, dental anatomy, for example, why don't you put everything in there? The only one caveat, it doesn't have facility for images at the moment. So not yet, it's coming soon. It's only text, but if you go to the internet, they can get the pictures from the internet. The beauty of Gemini is, Gemini will give you the answers with the picture, if you try it out. So you just ask Gemini, with the thing, it'll come up with the pictures and all that. So you have become a zero-code web application developer. You can go around asking people, you can make some money now. There, you want a web app developer now? Yeah, 5,000 rupees for each one character you give me. Or whatever you want to charge. 25,000 rupees for an app, which will take 1 week. Tell him it takes 1 week. To add academic rigor to your app, you do a research. So, see, I'm getting two things. You're getting an app and you're getting a paper. An app and a paper. So this is called validation, expert review panel validation. So what you do is, you have your app, your chatbot, right? So give it a standardized question and it gives you a response. Give 3 questions and you have 3 responses, right? 1, 2, 3. Basically, you have asked it and you ask, this is your student. You have asked your student 3 exam questions. They are given 3 essay answers. This needs to be marked. Take these 3 essay questions, give it to an expert review panel. Definition of expert review, this is the subject matter. So if this is pharmacy, then they have at least 5 years, at least, experience as an independent practitioner in that specialty. That means they have finished 5 years after finishing the exam. For engineers, it has to be a chartered engineer. For accountants, be chartered accountant. For doctors, he has to be a consultant. So it cannot be a registrar or first-year clinical specialist. It has to be a consultant. So these people then would mark the 3. How to mark papers? You all know. You have to have rubrics. If you don't know how to create the rubrics, what shall we do? Ask your servant. The servant is there. There. What is the rubrics for this? So you give it a description. I have created that. This is my response for my chatbot. My chatbot is about anesthesia. This is what it produced. Look at it, create a rubrics, make it into a table. Then you check the rubrics. Yeah, this looks good. The marks are good. Take that rubric table format with the answer, send it to your reviewers, ask them to mark on that rubrics. Okay? So this is level 1. Level 1 validation with human loop. That means the human experts are, people like me will do a level 2. Take these 3 and give it to ChatGPT to mark with your rubrics. But the rubrics, your ChatGPT already gave you the rubrics. Then you give it, these are the 3 students who have answered, mark it. So you got 2-level authentication. Then you can compare the marks of your expert with the marks of your ChatGPT. If you put a Likert score on your rubrics, you can calculate Cronbach alpha. You have statistical evidence that your chatbot is a validated chatbot. 1 paper publication plus the chatbot ready. Nobody can question you. Make sense? Yes? No? So we expect how many participants today? Here? Do we know? 40?
Yeah.
Okay. At least 40 chatbot, 40 papers. The papers, I'm not joking, this afternoon, use this because you're going to do an exercise on writing a research paper. Why don't you write your proposal for this chatbot? I say, I'm giving you the homework and the answer's ready. What more do you want? Or you want to write a review, you can do up to you. But what I'm telling you is this, which you came this morning, never thought you're going to go home with the chatbot created. That works. So probably a month of usage. What you will find is the first few days, it may not work well. As you keep using it, deep machine learning is occurring. It gets better and better and better. Okay? Are we ready for lunch? Not yet. 5 minutes, okay. 5 minutes, question, comments, anything. Yes. Sorry, which one? The tiny URL? Once you got a tiny URL, give it to everybody. That's yours. That belongs to you. That's a unique URL that you can then copy and paste. So when you choose your URL, choose the words you can remember very easy. And then you are now ready to publicize. That means the bride is ready to go anywhere. Give it to your colleague, give it to your students, give it to anybody to use it. I think you can add, just 1 second, I'll come back to you. So this is the validation of the board. So to make your research paper a bit better, so you put validation and usability. So after you validate with 3, if you have 5 is better, but 3 should be enough. You then take the bot and give it to at least 30 students or 30 users. Let them use it for 1 week and then use a validated questionnaire like USE or SUS. I cannot remember what usability something. And this one is systems usability score. These are used in computer engineering and all for user interface. And they can then answer that and you say that this is a very usable. So you get how the utility of your chatbot. That means the specific population said, this is damn good. Your score is more than 80%. It's a fantastic bot. So if you want to sell it, you're ready to sell it. You got that data, it's a validated data. You can say it's published, it's validated, the usability rate is high. So therefore, this is a good bot. And then you give it to your dean and say, Dai, I'm ready for promotion. Have you done any bot? What I have done, this validated paper done. It's time for you to promote me. Any other question, comments? Yes? Can go. Oh, you want to say something? No. Oh, you have an announcement to make. Okay. Madam has got an announcement to make. Come and I'm very scared of her. You know? Her birthday yesterday, you know. It was her birthday and he never told her. Come. You want a mic? Where's the mic? There. Yes. So because you didn't remove it in the first go. So when you go to your bot there, go to edit bot, go to the main. But if you didn't follow one step, this will happen. So you go to the mains, you should arrive here, correct? You go and click there, and in the right top here is where you got to clean that. So here's a real life example of the what do you call this coming up. So we did a research in Malaysia on leprosy patients. It was a mixed method study and everything. So one of the things we found in the research findings was that the doctors and the healthcare professionals, so in Malaysia, they're supposed quite similar to what's happening in Sri Lanka. A lot of the healthcare in the rural areas are delivered by paramedicals. So they are like nurses, medical assistants, for non-doctors who deliver care, but they need support. So one of the findings was they were not very well knowledgeable, didn't have good knowledge base to treat leprosy, and so a lot of patients were coming very late. So we decided to create a chatbot, just like you. I created one. Took me about, that time I was not so proficient, about an hour. But we told them it took us 2 weeks, but said we'll give it to you free. The usual story, you must cook it up and then they feel appreciated. Gave it out, they came back and said, sir, everything is in English. We only know Malay. Now you tell me after I've done it. I said, "Mama, give me another month." I went back, I took the whole document knowledge base and I converted it to Bahasa, which is the local language. And they're using Word, translate. So Word, you know, if you go to Word document, you can translate it from original language to a new language. So I made it into Malay. I'm proficient in Malay. I'm to the level of being a court interpreter. That's the level of training I have in Bahasa Malaysia. I studied in my primary and secondary school. So when we gave it to them, then they started using it. So this is, she speaks Malay. Yes, you do. Ubat untuk kusta adalah terapi multi drug. So we asked what were the drugs, and it answered in Malay. And so we now gave it to them. So the reason I'm saying that is because you can then translate, even though it is a basic English database, you can translate, and because this is a rank chat, because I have put the document, so it's a personalized chatbot, it works. Okay, so just to let you know. Can it work for Sinhala? I don't know. You have to try it out and see. I think can, isn't it? You can get immediate translation of a document in English into Sinhala, right? Like Word documents and all that. Yes, no? Google does it, right? So if Google does it, you can translate that document. That what you did. Maybe some of you can try the chatbot in Sinhala and put it back into Sinhala and see whether the chatbot will respond in Sinhala. So we went through all this. So I'm hoping that you will do the validation and usability study. You already created and published. You're already here. So this is the last step. And those of you who want to do that, you can use that as a project for the next exercise. After our learning, we're going to do a research. You can use that. This is what you have done. Now we're going to education. So teaching is so the full workshop is next door. So this is just a taster for healthcare professionals. So we have slightly unique kind of teaching as compared to people who teach English language, people who teach mathematics. So healthcare, it's work-based, it's a lot of scenario and all that. So we're going to see how AI can make a difference. So AI can help with personalized teaching because the students need a lot of scaffolding, a lot of support and, along the way, especially early clinical students, which is quite expensive in terms of resource time, especially when a lot of the teaching faculty in the clinical years are full-time clinicians and part-time teachers, as opposed to preclinical years, they are full-time teachers. So trying to get a clinician to teach students can be quite difficult because of the time constraint, especially their surgical disciplines. So we would like to create using AI personalized learning. So that is a chatbot. Personalized is a chatbot. So take your subject matter, make a chatbot, give it to them and say, don't disturb me. Answer there. When you have problems of that, then you come and see me. Then we have to give lectures. The dean wants you to produce, so you got to get content creation. You got to create the content. You are the expert, you can write the content, but why bother when ChatGPT can write the content for you? So that's how we're going to use it now to get ChatGPT to do that, and we validate it because we are subject matter, create engagement, get the assessment tool, design the assessment tool, design the instrument to test it out and give it out. This used to take a lot of time. I mean, those of you who have done creating exam quizzing, setting standards, can be such a terrible task. I once was critical when I first arrived in Singapore. I criticized the final high-stake exit exam in hand surgery for the way it was conducted, for which I got punishment. For 1 year, I was sentenced to write new questions for the exam. It took us 1 year every Thursday for 4 hours every evening to write 200 questions. Writing questions for the multiple choice questions are not an easy task. Every sentence, every word has to be validated, has to be psychometrically evaluated, because you have a potential charge of somebody going to sue you. Because you fail a student who's after 5 years of training in postgraduate, and they say that your exam is not valid because not properly done, can be very troublesome. So it is quite a difficult task. We are all into online learning, asynchronous learning, because our students are all vocational students who are working, who are studying, who got families, who's got a lot of other things, maybe doing a second job to pay for their schooling. So all that you have to take into account. Sometimes they like to learn at 3 o'clock in the morning. At 3 o'clock, you are not available. So your chatbot is available. So these are things I want you to think about. And you can also provide content that they can access, online content. So YouTube videos are very powerful. So creation of videos is a fantastic pedagogical strategy to teach especially skill sets, how to do a urinary catheterization, how to do a IV cannulation. So all these are best shown through videos and not through text, all right? So, and then obviously collaboration. You want to give personal feedback. I mean, those of you who are involved with health education, feedback is a very powerful tool, and feedback is not easy, time consuming. You have to give personalized feedback. The fellow is just making mistakes, doesn't know how to explain why high blood sugar is the main, must be fasting and not random. You have to try to say until he understands, because we have a response. Unfortunately, not like, I don't want to say healthcare is different, education more important than others, but this fellow is going to kill somebody. You don't teach him properly, he's going to go out there, and that's happened. We have no cases where they go on, they kill people. And so you have a moral response to make sure he understands to the point in which he's a safe doctor to practice, or nurse, or whatever it is, okay? So, yeah. So we want to have that feedback with our students. And for those who are in leadership role, like deans and all that, there are some students who should not pass, but you must be fair to them. I mean, I know here it's free, but the guy has given, like, the final year, you tell the fellow, please leave medical college because you're an idiot. You're not safe and all that. But you need evidence. And this is where AI can help. Because if you had done the AI, you got all the records of how he responded to questions. This fellow is a dangerous fellow. And you can then have the evidence to stop him from graduating. And so these are important. They're difficult decisions, but sometimes you're at a level you don't realize it. I've sat on committees where we have to do remediation. You have to threaten the students, say that if you don't improve, we will throw you out. And the best part is sometimes you don't want to punish them. You want to rehabilitate them that they become better doctors. And I remember one of my colleagues now, he's my colleague, when he was a resident in training, I had to tell him off because he was an arrogant fellow, and he would make the nurses cry by talking down to them in the ward. I mean, the nurses are all under stress. They are an important member of our team. And I told him, you have to go for remedial classes on communication skill. This is 3 weekends. He had to sacrifice to attend. He said, hey, please, boss, don't do this to me. I said, no, you go. And today he's one of the very kindest surgeons in my department. And I told him that. I said, I remember him. So I said, yeah, boss, I remember. So sometimes you want something good to happen. So personalized learning, AI, the evidence is very clear in the literature. The Chinese were very good at this. They call intelligent tutoring systems using AI. So these are the various components. I won't go into line by line. So you can see how the chatbot can become a personalized tutor. So you have created, so you can go back and create a few more chatbots on your subject matter. Because it's 24 hours is giving, because your personal tutor, ChatGPT, you are using it like your mate 24/7. So the student can use your chatbot. So this chatbot is very basic, but you can develop it to an advanced level where if he keeps answering questions in anatomy that are wrong, that you can then create personalized tutoring in anatomy in this next time he comes to the class, to the chatbot. So that's the personalized learning that can be created through chatbot. And it's with him in his pocket wherever he goes. So he can go up with his friend after football, he can sit in the coffee shop, have a chai and learn 10 minutes of learning. These are called micro learning. So why am I here so fast? Okay. So suppose I have been told by, so this is my prompt. This is a prompt for an educational module. I don't think I don't know whether you can see, but I'll just read it. I have written there. Do you think I wrote all this? You know me now, I'm so bloody lazy, I didn't. So what I did was I wrote another prompt. Write me a prompt because my dean asked me to teach educational module for healthcare professionals, focusing on the assessment of diabetic. So this is the one, I put it into that, and it came up with this prompt, a detailed prompt. So I asked my prompt to create a prompt. So this is the lazy man's prompt engineering. So it has gone through and taken up the elements that needs to be included. All these yellow thing, key indicator, control, clinical markers. Don't worry about all that. The subject matter expert would know on that. So the prompt was created. So here I'm showing you the skeleton of thought. So what it came up with is this. Each of the red is one thought, skeleton. Okay? So just read that one. Understanding the fundamental concepts of diabetes management is the first skeleton. So the skeleton, I need to put meat on it. So understanding fundamental, the meat's starting to form. So it is now creating a course for me. It's already creating a course, day 1, day 2, day 3. I think it's a 1 week course. Yeah. Oh, week 1. So there's week 1, week 2. These are all the details. You want to create this course yourself, you can. It's going to take you weeks. So here, these are minutes. From weeks, we're talking to minutes. And then I asked it to skeleton of thought. Day 2, expand on day 2. That's what I'm doing. Really lazy. Gives me, okay, take what? This one, expand. Cut, paste, cut, paste, cut, paste. Done. Don't send to the dean the same day. Send it to him 2 weeks' time. Then stop coming for meetings. Boss, I haven't finished. Please don't go. Meetings all waste of time. Then you give it to him after 2 weeks and ask him for 2 weeks extra leave for creating all this. Because it's so wonderful. Okay? This is called sandbagging. Don't simply give immediately. Then I asked it to create an assessment tool. Because after teaching, you must test them, isn't it? So here's the assessment that came up. Take it from me, all of it is correct. Right? So it gives you the question and it gave me the answer. So this takes hell of a long time to do. So the National Medical Board of the US runs an online program on how to write exam questions for healthcare students, medical students. And I've been for one of the courses, very tiring. And it tells you the effort and time doing it. And I think that course can go off because this is producing this now. To buy a set of questions that is validated, psychometrically validated for first-year anatomy students, Australian group was selling for $20,000 US. You do it and sell it, $2,000 US. Cheap. All right. So now, this one we saw just now, audio. This is producing in text. I've asked it to act like a virtual patient and provide me assist. So this, you can tell a medical student to write this prompt and practice. And what the conversation, send it as a link. You can share your ChatGPT conversation as a link to your tutor. So he can do it at 3 o'clock at night after his football game. He had a few beers. He do the conversation, sends to you. Okay, good. Otherwise, you could sit there and watch him taking history. Where I have time for that? I go for an exam, the Royal College of Surgeons of Ireland's final MBBS exam. I have to spend 1 hour watching a student take history. I got better things to do. That's the exam. They don't want to change it. Irish fellows, they must follow. So this is a useful tool that you can use. So here is me asking questions. Obviously, I'm not a good history taker, but I finally made a diagnosis. This is interesting. Taking it on. So first one we did about the educational module. We used the skeleton of thought process to create lesson plans. Now, if you don't like a 3 weeks course, if you just want a 1-day course, rewrite this for a 1-day course. Rewrite this for a half-day tutorial. It will rewrite it. Keep hitting the floor because you already paid the $20. Let the maid do whatever you want. Clean this again. No, that one is done. Change this furniture from here to there. Let her do it. So when the dean asks you to write a module, his instruction comes in an email. Practice instruction and paste that instruction. Why for type it? Correct, isn't it? Cut his instruction, put it in ChatGPT and say, die. That bugger wants this. Then you create this part. Right now, no deans here. Any dean here? Yo. Huh? Oh, this. Sorry, dean. Oh, president, yeah. No, you learn, now you know they're all cheating. They never did it. So you learn, you catch them. So create the curriculum. So in any education, for some of you may not, education is very simple. In healthcare, you have a curriculum, you have the pedagogy. That means you write a curriculum. Curriculum is what you need to know, the syllabus. But actually, it's more than that. It's more than that. So this is what you need to know. This is how you're going to teach it. And you need to know, have an assessment. That's it. That's all education is. Curriculum, assessment, pedagogy. Okay? So if you want to teach how to do a IV cannulation, don't give text. 5,000 words. Take a nice sunny day, make sure the sun is shining on the hand and take a swab. 2-second video would show it. So you're stupid for practical psychomotor, skills, fine motor skills. Video is the answer. Video used to be expensive. Today, you're doing videos on you cooking egg omelette. That one you can do, you can't do for cannulation. Do it for cannulation, put it up, it's done. So you need a YouTube channel. So in the detailed workshop, I take you through, but you should know how to do a YouTube channel. So we're going to create a video, but create a video can be like, I need to find a model, I need to find that, find cameraman, rehearse, do storyboard, scene 1, scene 2, action, coconut tree, dancing around the coconut tree. The light comes down, lightning, thunder, all that you don't need now. AI will do it for you. Okay? You believe me or not? You think I'm bluffing, huh? Okay. So here it is done it for me in, what was our question? On organomegaly. So organomegaly is in the human, the 3 big organs there. 3, I forgot. Yeah, kidney, liver, and spleen, right? And then the bowel. So we need to examine by the hand. Nowadays, the students all don't know how to examine. They'll put ultrasound because they are idiots. Because those days we can touch and say, this one, my professor can measure the baby and say, this baby is 8 pounds, 2 ounces. He said, we thought he was bluffing. His guesstimate, all the child we went to measure was correct. Because he had so much of experience. He can weigh the child by holding it. Anyway, so I asked it to create, and it did create the curriculum on the right side, learning outcomes. Learning outcomes, you all know, right? Learning outcomes is the fundamental of teaching. You have no learning outcomes, you are dead. You need an adjective, you need a noun, and you need a verb. Do I need to go through that with you, or you already know that? No need, huh? Okay. Learning how difficult to write. But our maid is there. She is waiting. Just there. I have 22-year-old medical students from Sri Lanka with moderate knowledge on English or whatever. You describe your student and say, write a learning outcome on organomegaly. And the learning outcome will come. So here's all it came out, everything. It even told you how to teach the pedagogy. It has given the pedagogy. Give a lecture, demonstrate, guided practice, interactive discussion. The dean will be extremely happy if you send this module that way. Because he will take it and told, look, Vice Chancellor, my dean, all our lecturers have produced this. Vice Chancellor will promote him straight away. Vice Chancellor will take that and he'll go and see the president. See, my university, every module we have so big, all the resources. Fantastic. To buy a curriculum is about $1 million, If you set up a new medical school, you want a complete curriculum, you can buy it. There are people selling it. You can now create yours. He's having ideas. Sell the whole medical curriculum to the private university. for $1 million. So we told you we need curriculum, we need pedagogy. I got both. Now I need assessment. So we asked it to create an assessment task and provide rubrics for the assessment. Create preparation, examination, rubrics for examination technique, excellent 40 points. What does he say here? Flawlessly performs all examination technique with confidence and precision. So just to revise again, learning outcome. My English is not very good. So only very recently I found out what is the meaning of adjective. So a learning outcome must have a noun. This is important for AI because when you do learning management system, this is what it looks for in terms of the back end of the learning management system to see like Moodle, who check and see who did what, how. So who, the noun is who. So who is your third year medical, for example, I'm sorry. So it identifies the medical student. So this medical student has a set level of competency in his milestones toward reaching full competency. So he will work on the who, what does he have to do? So what is a verb? So what is a verb? A verb is something that can end with ing. That's how I know a verb. Walk, walking. That's a verb. All right. So verb is a doing, a thing that is doing. So those days, can't see. Can we put the main light here? Sorry. Okay, yeah. Thank you. So noun, verb. So you must make sure you have who. At the end of this module, a third year medical student, that's the noun. Noun is there. A third year medical student will be able to cannulate a superficial vein in the elbow. Cannulation. That's the verb. What's the third one we wanted? Noun, verb, and nobody paying attention. Adjective. At least somebody's awake. Nobody's asleep though, I must say. Just that you don't know what I'm talking. My English not so good. So what's an adjective? What's an adjective? Yeah, you see, you thought you know. I only recently learned. I'm 68 years old, only now recently, because my English not good. So what's an adjective? See, we know what we can tell what it is, but we don't know what it is. Somebody, give me who, what's an adjective? Huh? Sorry, you can ask ChatGPT, yeah? Now? Yeah, I suppose it illustrates the noun. No, I think it illustrates the verb. Yeah, that's an adverb, is it? See, that's your, I better keep quiet. I better shut up. So how well he does this. So the adjective is confidently. So it's a when you're dealing with the procedure, how confidently he does it. So you can even then say, how do you measure the confidence? So the learning outcome is such. So the rubrics are here. The rubrics then marks, it metricizes the adjective. So the action, so that's why previously teaching was such there were no learning outcomes. So competency-based education. Medical education moved from a cognitive to a competency. Right? You only needed to know 5 causes of heart failure. You say you pass. We don't know whether he can use that to think. So this comes back to Bloom's taxonomy. We want them to not just remember facts, but able to apply and create new knowledge. So the application is very important. So now this fella, you can even tell it, write me a learning outcome for what is this? Organomegaly, for the evaluation of organomegaly for third-year medical student using Bloom's higher order thinking. So Bloom's have got lower order, higher order, right? I won't go into details of that. So then it will create beautiful learning. Otherwise, it'll create some rubbish. The student should be able, at the end of the course, should be able to tell me what are the organs indicated. That is low level. should be able to be diagnosed the organomegaly in the abdomen based on his clinical finding. Something will come out like that. Okay, so here it is created 80 outstanding, very good, satisfactory. Because this one is written by Americans, all this database, they are politically correct. This one I say stupid, fail, cannot use that anymore. Cannot say fail, needs improvement. Politically correct, needs improvement. Sayang, you must love them tenderly, cannot be cruel to them. But the dean who doesn't like all that, dean lazy fella. Dean said, give me in tabular form. So you quickly do it before he asks. So put it in a tabular, because rubrics in a tabular form is very nice. Done. How long did it take me? Less than 2 minutes. Again, you take 2 weeks leave. All right, because this is not easy to do. Okay, I stop there. So this is the back end part of creating the curriculum, the pedagogical style, and the assessment tools. Now in the, yes, madam.
Okay.
Hmm.
And I start like creating content for adaptive learning, something like that.
Hmm.
So how do we do that? I mean,
You tell me. Today you are very advanced already. Today you are very advanced. So she's asking me. So if you look in the details, there I said how to engage the student. So don't just give content. Here's a lecture. Go and read. But that's not no fun. So she said it's for adaptive learning. That means it can help the student with his weak areas. He can keep asking because you are not there. You want to do it automated. How would you do it?
content creation for adaptive.
Yes.
So that is what I'm asking. How
yes, that's so that's why I'm asking you. This is so you learn. I mean, I'm not, you can ask it. You can ask it. You cut it and give it back. How do I do this? You can ask that, but now you're already clever. You learn today. Adaptive learning is through the process of intelligent tutoring system. Personalized learning, right? And what did you do today to do? Yeah. So you create a chatbot for it. So you accompany it with a chatbot. So the chatbot can be embedded. This is all a bit advanced course. Yeah.
Instructions to do that way, but
yes.
Chatbot,
No, but so the student, yeah, your chatbot is quite basic. This needs more programming, but even the basic is okay because he can keep asking it. So you give him a manual. All your students should have a manual. So you can put into ChatGPT, I have created this chatbot, give it all a description, write a student manual on how to use this chatbot. So if he doesn't know anything, he has to keep asking it. It's a tutorial. It doesn't do high-level adaptive learning because that needs coding. The one I don't know. So that's where the people come. So some of the softwares, they will be able to automatically give them specific stuff. But here, you can tell him, if you're not clear, keep asking the chatbot till you are clear. You can even tell the chatbot after 10 prompts. So you go back to the design, especially my GPT will do. The other one, you have to code it in. My GPT say, after 10 questions, give him 2 multiple choice questions to see whether he understands. So that's called the adaptive learning. Sorry, where did I go to? It went off on its own. Okay. Yeah. Anything else? Any other comment? So we know where we roughly are in terms of as we are progressing in education. So now we need to create content. As I said, if you want to teach somebody how to do intravenous cannulation, you cannot use text. So my PhD, chapter 1, which I've written a book, I will show you in a while. How do we learn? So this is a bit away. We're going into philosophy of learning. How do we learn? No neurologists here, but there are a lot of medical people here. How does learning occur? How do we learn how to do IV cannulation? Okay, let's start with something simple. Simplest thing to learn. How, observation. So that's observe. So how do you observe? How do you observe? Huh? Fantastic. That's what I wanted. Senses. Right? We interact we are human. We're an organism. We interact with our universe with our senses. Where does the end organ of the senses are? Brain. Wow. Excellent. Wow. I love this. Great audience. How does the brain affect what it learns from the senses? Action. Oh my God. That's it. Motor. So this is sensory. This is motor. Bringing back some memories from anatomy days. What else can the brain produce action apart from motor? This is great flow. Huh? What are emotions? Are bluff. It's a maya. Emotions are maya. It is, yeah, emotion, a foundation of all emotions is pharmacies. Chemicals. What is happy emotion? Endorphin. Stressful emotion? Cortisol. Anxiety? Adrenaline, noradrenaline. All emotion is nothing but chemicals, and you are making major decisions on your emotion. You're killing people. You are getting angry. You're shouting. You're falling in love. You love the cheesecake. You keep eating. It is all chemicals. So these are actions. So this is the fundamental of learning, you know. There's no learning book except my book has gone back to the basics of this. Where do you think this came from? So this was discovered in Vedic science 4,000 years ago, before the MRI. Vedic science calls the 4 functions of the mind. Manas, this is in Sanskrit. Chitta, Ahamkara, and Buddhi. Manas is motor, sensory motor. How we react with our universe from the senses and the motor response. Chitta is memory. Ahamkara is ego, the preservation of life, flight and fight mechanism. And Buddhi, which is most important, cognition. Buddhi is the most important. All other 3 can be under control. You control this, all these 3 plus will fall into track. So this is the foundation. So the purpose of learning is to change behavior. Correct? That's why we want to go to the motto. So we need to work on this. So if we have the senses, we have 5 senses. That's why your learning has to be multimodal learning. You cannot give text to teach procedure. You use text, you use image, you use animation, you use haptic feedback, sensory. So that's the haptic feedback gives them. So when you're teaching somebody to put a screw in the bone, they need to feel how the screw works. So I do specifically, because there's one type of screw, we lock the screw on the plate and it uses a certain amount of friction and they don't know how to use it, the plate comes out. And this happens many a time and I get very angry with them. And I ask them to feel, they tell me, you know, so I make them go through, use the screwdriver. So the 5 senses and this, so this is very important. So this brought about Mayer's multimedia theory. You heard of multimedia? So the guys at the back there, they call, what team is that? That's the audio visual team. AV, Department of AV, isn't it? They used to call it, now they call it multimedia. So you need at least 2. You need audio, you need visual, you need text. So your content must have all these things. So as engagement is better, how do you make sure ahamkara is taken care? Memory, chitta is memory. There's short-term memory, long-term memory. The cognitive neuroscience of memory, short-term memory is chemical-based. Messenger RNA, so a little bit of proteins, they degrade. That's why they're short-term. Long-term memory are structural. Structural means there is synapses being formed between one neuron and more neuron. That's the only way to prevent dementia. Why did I do my PhD at the age of 60? Because I didn't want to get demented. I had to learn new knowledge. By learning new knowledge, my neurons are forming new synapses. So that is very important, okay? So the memory, short-term and long-term. Can anybody tell me how many characters can your short-term memory take? Anybody knows? Huh? No, that's the time, that's your attention span. But facts, how, if I gave you a set of numbers, huh? 7. So it's 5 to 7. That's why today modern day passwords are difficult. So your bank code is usually 5 to 7. My identity card number is 5 to 7. So that's all we can think in the short sprint. You give me more than that, I cannot remember. I mean, obviously they are abnormal people. The other one is ahamkara. This is all very relevant to teaching. Ahamkara is ego, it's about me. We're all self-cherishing beings, except the enlightened one. We're all trying to reach enlightened. So a person who's most powerful, Gandhi said, power comes from, what did Gandhi say? Power comes from not wanting. The moment you want something, you lose power. All right? So the student is going to say, why the hell should I learn about the chromosome, protein component of chromosome? He's got no motivation to learn. Foundation of learning is motivation. So you have to give it to them, and this is where I'm just giving you some words to understand the basis of Gagne's 9 events of learning. Gagne's 9 events of learning, event number 1, gain attention. You have to gain the attention of the student. So you start off with, if you know how to do organomegaly, you will be able to save the life of all patients with malaria, which is endemic in wherever you are, in Kandy. Then, or you can say, if you're able to do organomegaly, you will do well in private practice to earn ₹1 million a day to become a wealthy millionaire. Oh, he wants to listen to your lecture now. So you get them and what they want to do, all right? I had to digress there, but never mind. Not part of AI, but that's fundamental to life. That's fundamental to life. So we're going to create images. I use this. There are many AI generative tools. This is Night Cafe Express. I want you to try and see whether you can play with it. You create an account, a Night Cafe Express. I think it's called Night Cafe. Create an account. Choose SDXL 1.0. There are various engines. I find 1.0 is good enough to create lifelike images. And the style, you should choose, what is the style? Don't use the Night Cafe, use the high resolution image creator, lifelike, I think. You just choose one and you write the prompt here. So I wrote a prompt, female doctor teaching a group of Asian medical students in the ward with patients in the background. So I came out with that. I mean, it's just why I did that, because I have my own images. Sometimes now I go back, I think I didn't get permission of some of them. Without permission, you're not supposed to use the image. And this is faster than me going through my G drive to look for the images. So it creates, but let me tell you a few things. This is an AI generated image. It's getting a bit boring and I don't recommend it, but you can create other images. You can create logos and all. Look at the finger. They're all inaccurate, right? There are more than 4 fingers and a thumb. You only got 4 fingers, huh? The thumb is not a finger. So that's just a quick one. It's up to you, but whether you want to do, we can practice that later. So we need to create a video. So these are the steps for video creation, which now I want you to do. I want you to create a video. So think about, it said, just I want you to create a 90 seconds video. Very simple, because you must do this by the end of the day. It's 2 o'clock now. A 90 seconds video to promote your subject, whatever it may be, whatever you are doing, you have to create this video. If you don't create again, you cannot go home. You draft your learning outcome. Draft your learning outcome. You know, you don't have to spend 6 days to draft your outcome. Put their outcome into the ChatGPT. Take the outcome, learning outcome, put it back into ChatGPT and ask it to create a video script. I'm going to show you, it's completely automated. You don't have to open your mouth. You'll have a video with audio ready. And in the script, I would say in the prompt, so you take your learning outcome, put in the prompt, create a video script, exclude scenes, only narration. Otherwise, it'll give you scene 1, opening, raining, thunderstorm, coconut tree, beautiful girl, the boy comes out running, all that we don't want. So then you have to cut and paste and all this. So you tell it, do not give me scenes, just give me pure narration. You put it into ChatGPT, it will give you a script. Okay? Then I will demonstrate. Maybe at best is to demonstrate. This is the fire. Is it me? Did I do anything wrong? Technical, we cannot see this. Fahad, you're familiar with in video? So if everybody can go to a website called and register in video, INVIDIO. I don't know why it is not coming up in screen. Can the tech guys come and see why the H is not coming up? In DEO. .ai, isn't it? But it will do straight away for you without prompting. It will do. AI is so powerful. I don't want you to do that. I want you to do it manually with the script. The screen is not coming through. While you're logging on, also write the script. Get a script ready by ChatGPT. So put your prompt, get a script ready. Now it seems to be working. Yeah. Is it plug-in? I stepped on it, I think. Okay. IO, is it? Yeah, IO. You should come to this thing, you know. I'm trying to read where, because it may lead you to a completely AI. Yeah. You must come to this screen. Don't go to any other screen. If you don't come, you must go to this screen first. I'm trying because I know the last time it takes you to somewhere else. Please try to get to this screen. Do all kinds of manipulation.
Let me also see why the last time it went to something else. I'm a bit worried. I haven't used this for a while. What would you use? What did we use? InVideo.ai, is it? No, InVideo online video editor. I got it now. So you go to studio.invideo.io. Yeah, maybe, yeah, I'm happy with this now. Studio.invideo.io. And then create an account. Don't go to invideo./AI. That will go to that stupid. It does everything for you without any work. I don't like that. Must do a little bit of work. Because the dean is here, he'll get upset. He's just simply doing without putting any effort. Studio.invideo.io. Register. So you can see my account V has got a crown on it. So it's a premium. I pay for it. So my quality of images are higher. And you may, I don't think you can download, but I don't know. See the free version. I'm not asking you to buy. I just want to show you how it can be done very easily. Then I'll show you an alternative do-it-yourself video using PowerPoint. How many of you know how to make video out of PowerPoints? All know. 1, 2. Maybe I should go. I will run through it quickly. Everybody here? Shall I proceed? Oh. So try to get to this. That means you type studio.invideo.io. Go to the studio app. Huh? Don't go to the AI one. The AI one, see that the one I'm asking you. So you go and retype it. Go to the URL, type studio.invideo.io. Right over the black ink. I don't know where I left my black pen. Yeah, here. Yeah. Sorry? Yeah, so don't like read, go to another tab, create a new tab, go to a new tab and type this into that. Say, don't let it redirect. It means you go to the URL and just put that. Stop at .io. Studioinvideo.io. Is it? Bloody hell, I don't know why it does that. No. So shut this down and open a new one. This is Mac. Shut it down and open a new one. Complete a new one.
That's not what we want.
Yeah, because I want you to show you how it is working so you understand it. And next time you want to do it, you can do it yourself. Okay? So try to, I know it's forcing you, shut down the Explorer and open up again another, a new one. Close because it's got some memory. It's almost like Are we all ready? Okay. So now go to ChatGPT. So I've asked it to write me a 30-second script for AI health professional education workshop promo video. I'm going to do a promotion video for this. So it's done it. So it says in an era where technology, blah, blah, blah. Okay. I'm going to copy it. All right. So do that and copy that script. If you are a great script writer, write your own script. But I'm not a great script writer. I'm a lazy fella. My mate has done it. Now I'll go to my in video fella. So I'm going to create a new video. I'm clicking here. And I'm going to use AI text to video. There are 4 options it gives me. I want you to choose AI text to video. It asks to choose a template. I choose that's one nice one, AI technology. Choose anyone. Please don't go and take a birthday cake or there's a dentist there or nutritional counselor, whatever, you know. Choose something that you like. I'm going to just take this first one. I like it. I'm going to just say use the template. So choose one template. This is just the demo. Just don't worry about it. Don't spend too much time thinking. So it is now gone to a template. It should be at this. Okay? You are at this. So this is a storyboard. It's almost like a storyboard. We are going to put the script in. This is how movies are created. Right? A lot of people are doing AI movies in YouTube. So I have copied my script from our ChatGPT. Here it says it wants to write the script for you. No need, no need. My dean says don't use that. You write your own script. So you put your cursor here and you press paste. So have you done that? Paste your script, text to video. Choose text to video. You come to this page. I've pasted my script. At the bottom, auto suggest images. Because I'm a premium holder, I'm going to click premium. So I'll get some better pictures and videos than you will get. Okay? When you are ready, I'm going to create the scenes. So how is a movie made? Movie, remember, is made by scenes. Scene 1, scene 2, scene 3. Scene 1, it will be the lightning and thunder, the wind is blowing, the coconut tree is going like that. Scene 2, she comes out from a bedroom into the wet ground. She's wet, her sari is all wet. And he comes, scene 3, he comes from the farm on his bullock cart, and then they sing under the coconut tree. Okay, that's a classical Indian movie. So scenes are based on, this is a storyboard principles, the foundation framework, based on audio, visual, that means there is a scene, that means there's the background. You design all this is how they make movies. You'll put one tree here, one coconut there, whatever. Then the girl will come, then she has to speak. She will speak, that's a narration. But the background, there'll be music going on, the tabla music playing. So that's what makes it. And this is what we're going to do. We're going to create the scenes with the images, with the audio, which we are already going to create now, and with some background music. All right? Okay? So I'm going to click create scene. So it says that there's too much text for one scene. So it says, do you want me to rearrange it for you? Sure. I'm a lazy fella. Just say yes. So you will now see some images. It's going to look for images that fits my script. This is dependent on your broadband. So it's coming. It's creating the video. So it has broken up into main scenes. So some of the images are irrelevant, but I don't care. I can change that image. I just want to show you how to do it. So I can go here, these are the media. I can delete this and put my own pictures. You can put your face there, whatever you want. I'm not going to do anything of that sort. So this is story block. So I'm going to go to, how do I get rid of this? 30. Okay. So this is a storyboard. It means it goes like stories sort of thing. I'm going to go into editor. So go to voice over. At the bottom here, there's voice over. You're not going to create the voice. You can use your own voice, but you're not happy with your voice, not so sexy. So go to voiceover. I'm going to click voiceover. And I'm going to say automated text to speech. We're going to take the text and create speech. So it is now giving me an option. Realistic new, yes, I want realistic voice, not that machine kind of voice. Welcome to my website. No, we don't want that. We want it to be better. I don't like US, I like British. So let's take British English. Charlotte is quite cute. I look Imogen. Imogen is a bit more childish. And it generate voiceover. So there's a thing here. Now, you remember that small paragraph had so many scenes. I want this to be done for every bit of the scene. That means you add automated voiceover for all scenes and say add. Now, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, there are 7 scenes. All 7 are going to have voiceover. Okay? The video is done. Let's see what we get. I hope this. Yeah, okay, that's all right. Because some of them are too short, it doesn't do. Why not loud enough?
It's designed to empower healthcare professionals with knowledge of
This is the computer, audio, and the screen. I know what's going on because of Zoom. Okay. So I'm quite happy with that. We will see whether we can get out. So I'm going to export this. We have not edited anything. I just want to export this. You cannot export high definition. Okay, yeah. So let me export. I'm going to export as high definition. It's just an example of how you can do that, but you probably cannot export as a free version. So you can listen and see what is the quality of your video you have done. All right, can you try that now? I will export mine in a while.
It may be that because you are medical professionals, so when you, for example, ask about a video related to a certain medical condition or maybe a certain body part or maybe certain anatomical considerations, etc., those pictures, specifically those, may not be in the stock images. So in that case, because you have a specialized field, I mean, if I'm a nuclear engineer and I ask about certain things, you give me generic some of the images related to the etc. But it would never give me exactly what I need for that answer to what the expect. So just keep that in mind. Just what we are explaining here to do is that look at the possibility of this happening so fast. The images can be changed. You have to go back to the editor.
Go to storyboard and you can change the image. I just sort of showed you what it is done. I'm going to show you a video I created for Organa. Remember the Dean wanted me to do Organa Magli. And I created that completely in this methodology. I'll show you in a while. But what I want you to know is whether you can just try out how the voice can be created through the script from ChatGPT. You put it in, you got a voice, you put in some images, and a video is done. Okay? Let me it's downloading. I'll show you what this does, but I think more important, let me show you what we created. No voice now. Oh God. And then it goes echo. This audio doesn't work. Let me see. Yeah, it's standing there. It's on Optima. I'm going to put into mine. Should be here. Okay, guys. I mustn't stand there.
Welcome to the next module on organomegaly. In the next few moments, we will embark on a fascinating journey into the human body, exploring the intricate anatomy that leads to the condition known as organomegaly. Organomegaly is the abnormal enlargement of organs, a sign often pointing to an underlying disease. But what causes an organ to grow beyond its normal size? This module will delve into the anatomy of vital abdominal organs, such as the liver, spleen, and kidney. You will learn to distinguish between their healthy sizes and shapes and the changes in various medical conditions. Through interactive lessons, live demonstrations, and hands-on practice, you will acquire the skills to perform precise examinations, detect organomegaly, and understand its underlying causes. Whether it's an enlarged liver indicating liver disease or an expanded spleen signaling an infection, this module will equip you with the essential knowledge and tools to make accurate assessments. Are you ready to take this important step in your medical education? Join us now as we uncover the anatomy of organomegaly. Welcome to the medical student module on organomegaly. In the next few moments, we will embark on a fascinating journey into the human body, exploring the intricate anatomy that leads to the condition known as organomegaly. Organomegaly is the abnormal enlargement of organs, a sign often pointing to an underlying disease. But what causes an organ to grow beyond its normal size? This module will delve into the anatomy of vital abdominal organs, such as the liver, spleen, and kidneys. You will learn to distinguish between their healthy sizes and shapes and the changes in various medical conditions. Through interactive lessons, live demonstrations, and hands-on practice, you will acquire the skills to perform precise examinations, detect organomegaly, and understand its underlying causes. Whether it's an enlarged liver indicating liver disease or an expanded spleen signaling an infection, this module will equip you with the essential knowledge and tools to make accurate assessments. Are you ready to take this important step in your medical education? Join us now as we uncover the anatomy of organomegaly, a vital component in clinical diagnosis and patient care.
So all that was done through that same platform. All the images, I didn't provide any because mine's a premium account. It pulled in the videos based on the text of that. So that's a 90-second promotional video for organomegaly class. So you see what we can do? If you don't want to do this, you have 1 million PowerPoint slides for your last 30 years of teaching experience. There are some of you know how to do it. You know how to record and create a video from your lecture, PowerPoint lecture. Do you want me to run through it? No need? How many would want me to run through how to create a PowerPoint video? Okay, there are a few people who want. Okay, let me just quickly, it won't take very long. I'll just show you a live demo. So for those who don't know the powers of, so here I'm creating from PowerPoint. This is 365, paid version. So if I wanted just to show you, sometimes some people don't know, you can use Designer. It will try and design your slide. That's it. Welcome, whatever. Next one, Designer, because ABC is giving me that. This one is just a hi. So just put that. So I made it a little bit beautiful, okay? So if I want to make this into a video, I go to the first slide. You go to record. See record? Go to record from beginning. So you stand in, so when you're doing this, try and do this at about 10 o'clock at night. Children are asleep, the ambient sound goes down, good computer, good sound, quiet room, dress properly. Don't sit there in your underwear because somebody's going to watch you. I mean, the thing. So dress properly, make sure at the background, the bra is not hanging. I'm saying this, somebody did it. The bra was hanging in the background, you know, so please do all that. And you click record from beginning. I switched off the thing for a while because it was echoing. You want to do it back, the Zoom? Yeah, because the echo was terrible. The problem is Zoom because, yeah, you want to go back in. Sorry, I'll start again anyway. Share complete screen, eh? But I think that I signed out of the meeting. I'm using, yeah, okay. After that, I'm going back to the screen, you know. So you're going to just push share screen. Yeah. All screen on. Yeah, okay, share screen. Okay, that's fine. No, I'm going to just show them. No. So from beginning, so I click from beginning, it goes into this mode. Actually, you can't see that. But if you see, you're only seeing the front end. On my side, can we have a camera here? Can you bring the camera, can I move to show my whole screen? This one is because it's a projector view, see? Never mind. So it no way to show. Let me just. Yeah, but I can't show. The camera is the one. Thanks. I just show like this. So later when you do it, it looks like this. There's a red button on the top that is to start recording. And if you want, you can put the script in there if you don't know how to speak, but you are subject matter expert, so you normally lecture. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to press the red button. And when I press the red button, 3, 2, 1, it is now recording. Everything I say now is being recorded by this software, which is PowerPoint. And then I go to my second slide and I continue talking. Just that way, please give a few seconds break between your first and second slide. Otherwise, there will be a kind of a break. Always record slide by slide. In completion, complete the recording for each slide, because sometimes you want to change the slide. You may want to talk methodology before talking about introduction. So it doesn't matter, the video will come out properly because each slide has got its own audio. Then we go to the last one and then say, thank you very much for listening to my video. And then I press the red button again. It is now stopped recording. So this is now recorded. Video at the corner is me, my face. Why must your face be there? Because you are the subject matter expert. You are the one with passion. Don't need to speak the perfect Queen's English. You speak broken English, local English with all the singular terms. The student likes it better because you are authentic. This has been proven by studies in the literature. So I'm now going to export this. Now you can't see from your side. Here it will take, it'll tell you where to export. I'm going to check, welcome, blah, 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 blah. Let me browse. Let me see where I want it to export to. OneDrive. No, let me put it on a desktop. Easy to find. So here, if you are serious about doing this, then you will need to invest in a good computer. iProcessor 9, preferably. Minimum 16 gigabyte. Mine is 32 gigabyte RAM. The RAM has to be high because it takes, so it's still not finished yet. Just 3 slides is still coding. So some of my lectures, but 15, 20 slides takes around 10 minutes. If you have a slow computer, it'll take half an hour, 1 hour. Leave it, go and have coffee and come back, right? Good camera, good microphone. My laptop is pretty good, but if I'm doing proper recording, I'll use an external microphone. When I sit in a chair, I got a plant by the side, gives it a nice kind of branding. If you look at my video, so it is continuing to export, and I'll show you in just a sec when it finishes. So this is a useful tool to create videos from your lectures. And if you want to save time, so again, the time, I think he said attention span is 90 seconds. That's true. So your TikTok got it right. Make sure your videos are maximum 3 minutes, no more than 3-minute videos. So if you have a 30-minute lecture to give, break it down to 10 3-minute videos, create a YouTube channel, upload it, and you can tell your students, watch the lecture, come for tutorial on it. So you don't have to waste time giving 30 minutes lecture. You come, what's the problem? I don't understand this, madam. I don't know. Okay, done, get lost. So you can carry on doing other work, do research. So what I'm doing is also good for them. They can go back and revise. Okay, it's done. It is now recording. Everything I say now is being recorded by this software, which is PowerPoint. And then I go to my second slide and I continue talking. Just that way, please give a few seconds break between your first and second slide. Otherwise, there will be a kind of a break. Always record slide by slide. In completion, complete the recording for each slide, because sometimes you want to change the slide. You may want to talk methodology before talking about introduction. So it doesn't matter, the video will come out properly because each slide has got its own audio. Then we go to the last one and I say, thank you very much for listening to my video. And then I press the red share screen. Let's try again. But it's not coming, it's still stuck. Huh? Oh, where? So just if you put screen, whatever I'm showing should come up. Is it coming? And it is now recording. Yeah. Everything I say now is being recorded by this software, which is PowerPoint. All of you should be able to do this with your PowerPoint 365. I mean, Microsoft 365. Just that way, please give a few seconds break between your first and second slide. Otherwise, just now that thing was there, so you even recorded that Zoom. Slide by slide. In completion, complete the recording for each slide, because sometimes you want to change the slide. You may want to talk methodology before talking about introduction. So it doesn't matter, the video will come out properly because each slide has got its own audio. Then we go to the last one and I say, thank you very much for listening to my video. And then I press the red. So it stopped. So I can now edit this, right? I don't like my position there. So what I do, video, format, corrections, make it bright. I want to crop myself. I don't want to see my lanyard. So I go video format, crop, and let's crop like this. Crop like that a bit. Happy with that, make myself bigger. That, maybe I don't want my first bits to, you can trim video, you can trim your video. So right click, you can use the various things here. And the top here, you can trim your video. If you don't say, like if you say in the beginning, you can use that, bring it to up to here, cut the video down, and remove the R's. You want to do all that. So these are final points. Or if you have a full slide and you don't want your picture there because it's a graph, then you can take it out. Take it outside the field. So let's make it smaller. And your audio is there, but you don't see your face because you don't want it to disturb. So this is a storyboard. Each slide is a storyboard. It's got an audio, it's got a video, so this is a scene making. So PowerPoint is a useful way to create scenes for your video. So this may be, if you don't have to pay for that AI, you're happy with your voice, you can do this way. Alternatively, you can create an audio file by typing, get a script, put it into Word document and ask it to read it. Word can read your text and make the audio. Then you can copy that audio and put in, also can. These are all various ways. But basically, PowerPoint can be done. And this could be one of the strategies in your universities to convert all your lectures for asynchronous learning, create them into videos, put it on YouTube channel, put it on your learning management system so that students can learn anytime, any place, anyhow. Because they are busy people also. So sometimes they want to learn on a Sunday, you are not available, but your videos are available. And why are you wasting time giving lectures? Let them look at their lectures at home, come to the class to discuss problems that they have. Okay? D? No? D? Yes? No? Okay, let me see what else I have to show before we move on. So this workshop we have done already. Yeah, so we're supposed to do that, which you have done. You can go back and play, or you can do it your own with PowerPoint. That's your homework for the day. And we move on to we have done that. Okay, so we are ready to do our research. Any questions so far? We're now going to go to the last part of the workshop. It's 3 o'clock. We're going to talk about research, and we're going to see how AI can help us with our research. Yesterday, we did a full workshop on research where at the end of the day, you produce a research project. And I think nearly everyone did produce a research project. Questions, comments, queries? 2 minutes. Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Physicians who are involved in that particular patient who can input their clinical findings about that particular patient, and we can take it up to the meeting and discuss. Let's say that clinicians are spread all across the island.
Yes.
Separate hospitals. They don't see the patient at the same time.
So you want to do it synchronously or asynchronously? So do you want it live or they just post and then at the meeting you just listen to? Yeah, can be done. So that's very easy. That's easy. Ask them to send you a video. So say, for example, you have a case, you want the input from a therapist, the occupational therapist who is based in some corner of the world, and her input is important because the patient is in that village, but you want to discuss that. Then you can tell her, can you give me a video summary? She just take a thing, I've examined this patient, this is like this, like this. Then she sends that across as a video. Then you just put it in a PowerPoint and present it during your multidisciplinary. This is this person's view, this is this person's view, and you can zoom it, whether they want to come. And then whatever decision you make, you can send it back to her through a Zoom, through a video also. Yeah. Yes, yes. Oh, yeah. So you can also, obviously, we know how to like the cloud and all that, but that's not so much AI-based sort of thing. But in terms of how AI can help you with that, is actually it's all money. So everybody is using Microsoft, right? I assume most universities are Office, using Microsoft Office. Because you're a tenant on, if you're using it as a, where they buy the educational enterprise version, it is on a cloud. So they call you a tenant. If you're a tenant, for a minimum of 300 packs, they will charge you $30,000 to incorporate Microsoft Copilot into it. When you have a team meeting, Copilot will record, the team will record the meeting. So the other day we had a meeting, I didn't attend at APU, but the whole meeting was recorded on Team, was available on my OneDrive. So I logged on to my OneDrive and the meeting came back, I watched the video. Now, because they haven't bought yet, if Copilot was empowered, it would have told me what I need to do. I didn't go. You will look at the transcript. Every time my name is mentioned, Dr. Vaikunthan, you need to produce an organomegaly module. I wasn't there. And I cannot say, I wasn't there, I didn't know. Because Copilot will say, you have to do this. And when you read it, you will send it to your boss. The dean knows you read it. What the hell you didn't do? That is the power of Copilot. Copilot will look, it is a chatbot for everything within the Microsoft Office suite. Your PowerPoints, your Excel spreadsheet, you can even ask it in the last 6 months, summarize all my lectures I've given. It'll summarize it. It's already there now, but you haven't paid for it yet. But your private Office 365 is already doing that. So you put your Copilot and ask it to look at your OneDrive. It can summarize things for you in your OneDrive. Even Google is already doing it. I know you're aware. If you are, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I don't know whether normal, I am a, what do you call it, G1 user, Google Suite. Is a high-end Google user. Gemini is replying my letter for me. So whenever I get my email, I swipe to the right. There's a little button there. I swipe it. He'll ask me, do you want me to reply? I say, yes. What is your basic? I say, I cannot come, busy, got lecture. You write a nice long email to the dean. Thank you so much for your wonderful email, but today I am very busy. As per your instruction, I am giving a lecture and will not be able to attend. That one he knows to send it to him. So it's already there. AI is already there, sitting there. I haven't used much to go through my Google Drive, and it can even extract things from my Google Drive. So it is definitely not there yet because you haven't paid for it, but for yourself, you can try it out and see. So that's the beauty. That's why Microsoft, very, very smart. I think Google now is trying to do the same thing, following through with them, that everything sits within that ecosystem, the system of either Open Drive or Google Drive. And they are all data. That is your ChatGPT. You can ask anything from it. You can ask it to compile all your PowerPoints or whatever. And that's, in a way, I'm doing that. I've got 40 years of PowerPoints. Every topic, I'm pulling out my PowerPoint, synthesizing together and writing books. So now I say it's time to write books about it. So that's how I become quite productive. Any other comments? Query? Is coffee ready? We still have time. We'll start research there. Shall we? Okay. Hey, 3 days in a row, Fahad is tiring, you know. You are a terrible slave driver, man. So this was a workshop that Jonathan and I were doing at one of our universities in Malaysia. The dean of the School of Rehabilitation Medicine was my friend. And I do some work for them, that university. I'm a visiting faculty. And we had master's students preparing for their master's thesis. They have a few months left. They still haven't had a research project. They don't do the research, they fail the masters. They're all anxious. And the professor insisted that they all attend they thought I was a waste of time. So this bugger is coming from Singapore. We need to go and write our thesis. No question what thesis you want to write, right? They don't even have a problem. So they were telling, so I said, okay, calm down, girls. Most of them were girls. I said, okay, what's the problem? Doctor, we are very anxious. What's the issue? I don't know. What's your area? I want to do something on stroke. So I said, okay, let's ask AI. So I said, lazy fella like me, draft a prompt for ChatGPT, telling my mate to ask her mate the use. So I said, I know a little bit about the subject matter because I do operate on stroke patients. I said, the role of dynamic splints. So this is the intervention, PICO. When you do research, you must have a PICO framework, population, intervention, comparator, and outcome. For managing spasticity of the hand, so the context and the population is stroke patients. So the PICO framework is there. I've already written it, but I wanted to get some nice research topics, questions, and all that. And it created a beautiful prompt. I wouldn't have been able to do that. The prompt says, generate research ideas focusing on the use of dynamic splints for managing hand spasticity in stroke patient, blah, 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 blah. All right? So we do the natural. We put it into ChatGPT. I'm a researcher. I know spasticity. I know the subject matter well. Look at that 5 research projects it has suggested. They are amazing. Let me tell you that she is doing one of them. That girl is now doing a PhD using one of those things. Comparative study on efficacy. So it's telling you what to do. Execute a clinical trial. Organization or design. Embark on a research project to create and test various design prototypes. So you take one and say, expand on this. Take one, then from the expansion, take A, expand on it. Your proposal is ready. So this is one use of generative AI for research, to create research ideas, to brainstorm ideas. You can look at it, you don't like it, no, give me another 5. Make it in a low-income country. Make it for Sri Lanka. Make it for a population there's no occupational therapists. So a lot of things you can ask and it'll come up with the ideas. So I wanted to quickly now go to this website. Yesterday, some of you all have done. Those who have done, maybe can write another paper, quick paper, systematic review. Since you're here, there are those who haven't done this. This is elicit.org. And type a research question. Type a research question. And try and keep it in a PICO framework. PICO, population, intervention, comparator, and outcome. Anybody want to give me an example? I can do it for you. So I am online now. Anybody? Some research can give me a question now. Okay, I'm going to ask, what are the common diabetic complications So I've asked, what are the common eye complications? I didn't put eye. Common diabetic complications in Sri Lanka. So not bad. So it has come up. Mine is a paid version. So you see I have top 8. I think you'll only get 4. The free version, you get 4. So now, I have a summary of the 8 papers on the top. Can you see that? You should get something. Have you all got something? Yeah. So I want to do a literature review, correct? That was a task that we are going to do now, a literature review. So I'm going to copy that summary, wholesale, open a Word document, and paste. So when you paste from generative AI and the web, don't paste directly, paste it without formatting. So you don't get any. So that's my introduction is already getting there, you know. Less than 2 minutes. I got 8 papers, literature review. Obviously, this doesn't look like an introduction. It's just very brief. So what do you need to do? We get one of our mates to do some work, right? So copy that. This time, I think I will try my friend Gemini Ganesan. Gemini Ganesan is good. It's a new thing. So I'm going to say expand on this topic using formal academic tone as an introduction for a journal article. Oh, sorry. I didn't paste that in. It's going to scold me now. So I'm going to say this is the topic. So it is already giving me a pretty good intro for the time being. So that's a rapid, that's one tool, elicit.org, for you to do a rapid. I'll go back to it and see how much. This one you can't do in the free version, but in the paid version, I just show you what else it can do. So at the moment, it's only got abstract summary as a column. So it is now analyzing all that 8 papers, and it's created a table to extract the data from that paper. So I can add columns here, plus, you know, so I add the columns. I want main findings. So a main finding column is now being created, and data is slowly being extracted into the main findings. Can you see? The main findings are there. I want to see population size. Let's see how many people were there. Let's see. Study count. So let's include study count. See how many patients they have included in the study. So some of them were not applicable. So some at study count 96, not applicable, most of them. Okay, doesn't matter. So we have that. So the main findings is the big thing for me. So now, the free you cannot. I can export this as an Excel spreadsheet. So I now have got this table as an Excel spreadsheet. I'm going to open the table. I am going to the main findings here. That's the main findings column. I'm copying it. Because this is an Excel coded data, don't just simply paste. It'll get a bit corrupted. Paste as a unformatted text. Then I copy this unformatted text again. Not the first one, because I'm going to put this, otherwise your generative AI won't understand the coded data. So I go back to my Gemini, because Gemini is the one I'm using today to write. I'm going to ask it, so what is part of literature review is synthesize what you find in the literature. That's what we expected. We're also supposed to critique. We're not going to go into too detail. That's in the research workshop where we critique it. We find another AI to help critique, another AI to compare and all this sort of stuff. But here I just briefly tell you how AI can help you with the research. So I'm going to ask it to synthesize these findings. So somehow I don't like this. All that. So what I'm going to do is, I may now decide to switch my other maid. The Sri Lankan maid I don't like. I'm going to use my Tamil Nadu maid and ask her to do whether rewrite this for a journal article. So let's go to my more expensive Tamil Nadu maid. Rewrite this for a journal article. So you see, I move between different things to get the variety and the quality that I am happy with. Look at this. This is becoming a little bit more powerful. What it has done a thematic synthesis of all the findings of the major papers of complications of diabetes in Sri Lanka. Limited correlation with BMI, diabetes and pre-diabetic burden, risk factors has been identified, prevalence of undiagnosed cases, retinopathy as a primary concern. It is even calling to action. Write this paper, send it to the Minister of Health if you're an ophthalmologist. Evidence-based letter writing. Immediately you are high profile now. Minister says, who's this fellow, man? Small email also he does in literature review and sending to us. Don't mess with you, man. Maybe we should promote him to Vice Chancellor. The Vice Chancellor is not doing anything. Sorry, I don't mean that. He's banning ChatGPT. The Senate, isn't it? One university Senate has banned ChatGPT. Okay. So what I can do is I can copy this now. Go back to my document. Delete this. And put my expansion here. So I've got a 500 word in less than 5 minutes. I need to citation this, right? So we need citation. Again, this is a quick one just to briefly tell you how to do it. So the beauty of this fella, so you want to do all the, at the moment, you're not paid, you have to go one by one, look at the paper and get a citation. I'm not going to go into details. I hope you all know. Those who came for the workshop will know. I use Zotero. So I'm going to download now the citation file for this 8 papers. It's already come down. A citation file, a RIS file, or a BIP file cannot be opened just like that. Has to be opened by a citation software. So mine is Zotero. So I'm going to open my Zotero. I go to File, Import. Mendeley works differently, but I only use Zotero, so I just go through Zotero. You probably have to look how it works. It asks me where the file is. Here's my file. Open. He asked me whether I want to put it in a new area. Yes. And now I'm done. So all these 8 papers, not the paper itself, just the citation data has been imported into Zotero. Control A, let me put that, Control A. I copied everything. Right click, create bibliography from items. I'm going to stick to APA, and most of my recent research is all on education, so APA. So bibliography, copy to clipboard. Say OK. So on my clipboard now, I've copied. Go back to my article. At the bottom here, we need to put references. Okay. Go down. Again, paste, but merge format to the current format. And your citations are there. First round, less than 10 minutes, you've done a small mini draft literature review of complications of diabetes. Suppose the Sri Lanka Times has called upon you to write a feature article about diabetes and its complication in Sri Lanka. The editorial. You have done this. How are you going to write the article? What prompt would you use to write this article for the Sri Lanka? Is there a Sri Lanka Times? What's the #1 newspaper in Sri Lanka? Huh? The Island. Okay. So the Island editor heard about your papers you have published and said, sir, can you write a nice, because 23% of the population of Sri Lanka are diabetics. I learned that yesterday or day before. 23% are diabetics, so it's very important. You are a doctor in the University of Peradeniya. Please ask your dean before you write a letter or write an article. Some deans not happy if you write articles for the thing, but if you are right, so you are going to use ChatGPT to write or Gemini. But what are the prompts you're going to use? I've got this data. I've already done this. Beautiful data. We're going to take it now. Tell me the prompt. Dean, what prompt would you use? What would you tell? Tell me, just say. We're going to take this. This is our context we're going to give it, but the prompt. So it's the Island newspaper, Sri Lanka Public. So he said, giving a direct instruction, write a newspaper article. Yep. No need to write it because that's already, you're going to paste that one. We did some work just now. 5 minutes of hard work I did, you know. So I'm going to paste that because all the thing is there. Don't waste your time. So now you're giving it the context, the tonality, and everything is going to go in there. Yeah. So he's talking about laity. Make sure it's lay terms. Simple language. Okay, what can't maybe because they respect you, they say like you write however much doctor, we will put it in. Because Island is a big time doctor, dean writing, they are very happy. They'll give you any amount. What's the purpose of writing? One, you want to make yourself famous because you can go to private practice. But the main reason, the proper reason you're writing is? Yes, so we want to create awareness, create seriousness to the topic among the public. A call to action is already there. So I said, this article's purpose is to create awareness, seriousness, and call to action for early detection of diabetes. Okay, let's try it. I'm lazy, I'm going to use, no, I'll go back to Gemini because we used Gemini just now, isn't it? Because now I have to type, I'm too lazy to type. Okay. No, we'll go to ChatGPT. Use this as a basis to write a newspaper article for the Island newspaper. Is it the Island? To the purpose, we're going to give it a purpose to create awareness and call to action for early detection of diabetes and personal responsibility for good nutrition and exercise in simple lay language. So I don't need to paste because it's from here already. Your announcement. Huh?
Yes, I'll do that. It will be ready in next
20 minutes.
7 to 8 minutes.
7 to 8. Okay. Ah, look at that. That's pretty good. Shall I send it today to the island? Become famous. Then say, tomorrow I'm opening a diabetic clinic in Colombo. Golf Face Hotel. Come and see me. 1 million rupees. So it's quite nice. It says there, damage to the eyes, bracket, retinopathy, little bit of things. That's a nice. Done. Public education done with evidence-based from a literature review. With a short article, you can now expand the article. You can even, let's try this. Let's try this. Narrative medicine is very important, right? You all know about narrative medicine? Storytelling. Give me a patient history. So I said, give me a narrative of a patient history showing the dishing. Wow, this is nice. So you can give a real life patient's history, but you got to modify it because otherwise it's patient data integrity. Because if you say this left leg amputated, right hand, two toes gone or fingers gone, then the neighbor can know, hey, you are the one that we're talking about. Huh? So this one is a fictitious. Look at that, man. I love it. Priyanta. Is there such a name? So it's a Sri Lankan Sinhalese name. Oh, nice. You can start the article with this. It was a dark and stormy night when Priyanta came into the A&E in a comatose state. It's given there. Oh, beautiful. Look at that. Wow. Nice or not? So you can use for patient education. This is, it was meant to be a research section, but you did the research with the literature review. We're not going to go into too much. Now, for those who want to try and do their chatbot as a research, you can prompt it and try. And if you got it, if you're happy with your chatbot, you want to validate it, which is what I told just now, you can give all those, if you've taken notes, give it to the chatbot and ask it to write a proposal for a research to validate and use the usability also. Then it will start writing. If you're not happy, you can keep asking it to improve it and then submit it for ethics. And then you can start doing that research. So what we're going to do, oh shit, I've got a, oh God. I did say I can't make it. We have a coffee break. Not yet, 5 minutes, 7 minutes, 5 more minutes. Any question? I want you to come back and then start working on doing that research using that one software and ChatGPT and play with it and see what you can do. I'm not going to go like too many others. There are other platforms, but I don't want to confuse. Just use this elicit, use ChatGPT and see what you can do. Try and write a little short literature review, play with it, how important. Maybe you can do a patient education article with that, or maybe you want to write that newspaper article, a magazine article, whatever it may be. You can even use that literature review and ask it to create a brochure for your patients. I leave that to you. That can be left in the clinic. You can even ask it based on that or something else. I mean, just that. I mean, I'm talking about diabetes, whatever you want. You can even like provide a nutritional plan, a well-being plan, for patients with problems. So this this is what in public relations. So there's advertising above the line and below line advertising. Above line advertising, all these adverts, that you see on TV. Below the line is called public relations. So these are below the line promotional materials that you can write, content creator, because you're a subject matter expert, you can help write that content to help people get better in their healthcare. Anything else? Question, query? $15-minute coffee break, come back, 10 minutes, bring a coffee, can bring coffee, have your eat there for 10 minutes, 5 minutes, then bring the coffee, sit here, drink, and write. And whatever you have written, can you put it up on the Padlet? So that's, yeah. The Elicit. Elicit.org. Huh? Oh, Padlet. Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, it doesn't download. Yeah. So from the free version, you will have to go one by one. Those who are serious about research, I think yesterday a few people bought Elicit. But if you're going to buy, ChatGPT to me would be probably a better version to buy for the generative AI. For research tools, instead of Elicit, I will use SciSpace, which is typeset.io. SciSpace has got certain functionalities more than Elicit. So they're similar in many ways, but SciSpace is a bit better. I'll just show you the website for SciSpace. So you put that typeset.io. They haven't, they're going to go to SciSpace, but at the moment they're still using typeset.io. You come to this. So basically, it reduces your research time and reading between 70 to 90%. Quite similar to Elicit, but it has further things. Maybe I just quickly show you. Mine is again paid version. So diabetic amputees, I've got a no. Yeah, so this is something to do ophthalmology. So when you upload the papers, so your PDF is on your left side. On the right side is Copilot. So this Copilot is not Microsoft Office Copilot. This is SciSpace Copilot. This will now start to go in and interrogate this paper. You can ask it any question. And you see here, I've asked it some question, and it'll answer all that question. You got some pre-written questions. You can ask it, what's method used, literature survey, summarize introduction of the paper. So it will go in and summarize the introduction of the paper. So this is in-depth interrogation of paper. So this is one additional part. It also gives you table like that. Again, you have to pay to download. But a few additional functionalities of this is, let's wait for it to come down. So this is the introduction. So I'm going to copy the introduction. Control C. And I want to paraphrase it. Or let's do AI detection on it first. I want to see how much of AI is there. This is yesterday's work. I paste it there and I ask it to analyze that and see how much. It says 40% AI. So I'm going to now paraphrase it. So it has got, so this A is AI detector. Next to it, it's got paraphraser. So I'm going to paraphrase it. They just paraphrase it. Let's see the AI detection there. It's 33%. It's dropped a bit. And it tells you where the orange ones are the ones that you may need to rephrase it again. So you can just cut that sentence, go back, re-paraphrase, and you can therefore overcome AI detection. So this one is probably a better buy. So if you're serious about research, you buy the two, ChatGPT and SciSpace or typeset.io. Okay, I think the coffee is ready. And then you come back and work on a literature review while I do a Zoom call. He wants to video me.
Oh,
Famous.
You will take your Zoom call, so.
No more. That has been cancelled.
Okay, that was very quick.
Yeah. No, they cancelled it.
So we'll just be taking it around.
Brainstorm it and ask it, can you give me some more questions? And then from the questions, you can search and get your papers. You can get a summary and we put it into Word just now. We can use that Word and we put it into ChatGPT to get more depth. So the Word is your main document. From the table, you can use the PICO statement to download the various, just now I showed you. We put the main findings, you can put a lot of things. You can put the whatever that is in the list, and you can download it as a CSV file and a BIP file. So this is for Elicit. This is how we should look at how to import to Zotero. We went through all this. So this is in a step-by-step fashion, how we work with Elicit and same with typeset.io. So both of them would function as a opportunity to search the databases for papers for you for either evidence validation of your prompts or for writing papers, writing whatever that you want for your academic writing. So we went through this. So that was the response, the top there. We went through all this. It's just a step-by-step guide. And this will be made available to you. I've just been told if you submit the chatbot to the Padlet, if you submit a research paper today, right? I will quickly teach you how to write the protocol. It will be incorporated into your certificate of attendance. If you don't, you just attended. If you did, you attended an AI for HP workshop in which you created a chatbot and you registered a research paper. Just to let you know, we made it happen. Serve you right. So this was the other one we talked about, SciSpace. We went through a little bit of that just now. So SciSpace comes with a co-pilot. Those who have used it, co-pilot is the sidekick that helps to interrogate the document. SciSpace just takes up the document, the typeset, and stores it into folders. Co-pilot is its sidekick that helps you do it. And so this is, you do top 5 papers, is the summary, but the papers you get is 10, so slightly more. It comes up with this TLDR. For those who don't know, TLDR means too long, I didn't read. So it's too long paper, no time to read. It gives me a summary. So you are doing selective reading. So when you do power reading, speed reading and power reading, that's what you do. You're trained to not, the, is, are irrelevant. Just want to get the main points. So the English language is a very verbose language where we can try and cut short. All you want to say is oranges are orange color and round. So the orange fruit comes from this tree and blah, blah, blah. All I know is round and orange, you know, and that's the thing. So this is what it does. So the inside, you can add the columns, and this is SciSpace, follows quite similar to the Elicit. You can summarize bits and pieces here. That means you can highlight the document and you can then question it. You can expand on it. You can explain the text. You can even ask for related papers. That's why I think this is worth the while. If you're going to buy another one, you have only money for one, ChatGPT. If you have money for 2, this one is $12 a month. So you're talking about $32. So you can even look at what were the methods. So this is a paper that we all did. I dumped it in there and asked what are the methods used. And this is correct. So in summer, I didn't have to read the paper. I know 12 Cambodian surgeons were involved in this paper that we produced. This is the methodology. We use Atlas TI as our AI to analyze the text for a qualitative paper. I showed you about paraphrasing too. You can paraphrase, all right? So that's quite useful. This has an additional function that Elicit doesn't have that. So this was quite interesting. So we copied it. Okay, so this one shows that the output was 0% AI generated. This is the table it produced. I could have made this bigger, smaller, up to me. That means I could have put more columns inside. I only put insights, author, date, journal. So this is like getting ready for publication, right? You got a table to extract data. You can also add more to it if you want. So we are doing this research on ethics of generative AI. We are validating and hoping to publish soon. While doing this, we found there's a difference between Asian ethics and Western ethics. Very interesting. I didn't read the paper, but I just was. So because I have a paid version, these are generic questions like summary of introduction, what was the method used. But if you pay, it will read that and will give you specific questions to ask. So my paid version is, so I asked, how does autonomy relating to breaking bad news in Asian bioethics? He gave me this, which is very interesting. So in Malaysia, a woman cannot get tubal ligation if the husband doesn't consent. So this is against Western ethics and Western law. The patient has every right, but not in Malaysia. And I think in certain Muslim countries, it's not allowed without the husband's consent. Whether you agree or not, that's irrelevant. So this is another one which I didn't go through, but I'm just showing you, just as an example, it's a very powerful tool. This is called genie.io. It doesn't search, but it interrogates PDF documents. I put in my PDF document. Automatically, it has created summaries with subheadings dependent upon the document. When you click compute also, each one, it will create summaries. So here, this is for the introduction. These are the various bullet points it has done. So this is 200 a month, 200 a year. You click on that, you can add note. This plus here, this will be taken from here. This is your notebook. It will automatically populate your notebook. So whatever interesting, you create the notes first, right? Without typing, just click, 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 click. You got all the notes on the side. Then I click on my notes and can ask it to paraphrase it. That means if I click on this section and say paraphrase it, it will paraphrase. So pretty interesting that all that. So this helps in the paraphrasing. But look, you can create an essay. You can create questions, tweet. So it has a whole list of functions, including contrarian views, arguments, counter arguments. So for PhD thesis, if you're writing a PhD thesis, the literature review chapter 2 has to have critical thinking, Bloom's high taxonomy high level. So you have to critique a statement, a citation, find a citation for the critique. So this will help you do that. And then you have to come with a middle line opinion. So this again showing how the workflow flows, which I demoed to you just now. So how the AI for literature review. So this is for chapter 2, or you are doing a systematic review. This excludes meta-analysis. So meta-analysis, there are other softwares for it. So that's a bit more statistical, not so much AI. But this is for if you're doing an evidence synthesis, narrative evidence synthesis based on textuals only, not so much of calculation of things. So you have your research question. go to illicit.org or typeset. You expand the summary in generative AI. That's what we did, isn't it? We got a summary, we put it in ChatGPT, transferred to Word, export the summary of papers. That's what we did, the summary of papers. Synthesize the findings, the main findings, remember? We did the main finding, we synthesized it in Gen AI. We export the bibliography, and we started writing the review, and we put the citations in place. All right? Then we revise and update with AI. So you do multiple things. So AI is like your secretary. They rewrite it again, rewrite it again, rewrite it again until you're happy. And then you're ready to do a check, go back to typeset, check it for AI detection, check it for paraphrasing if it need be, and then you're ready to submit for a journal or whatever you want to, you did it for. We went through this earlier on, so just a repeat, how we create the evidence for the validation. So even this, when you're doing paragraph by paragraph, find a citation. I want to show you how in research, you can do quantitative analysis using ChatGPT, only with 4, okay? So here's a, this is a paper we published. So I was just going to try and for this, things, quickly get some data. So I took this data. This is my Pareto analysis data, and I dumped it in here. So this is an Excel spreadsheet, and I told it, do a Pareto analysis of this data. It started explaining the Pareto analysis. If I want to put that in the article, I can also put that in the article. And then it told me all the steps, and it created the Pareto chart. I had created this with my SPSS software for the original paper. But here, this has already created this. Academic is okay, but for PhD, this is not acceptable. PhD, your diagram has to come from your statistical software. My first round of PhD thesis, all my diagram, because I drew it, I got my diagrams out from Excel. They said, no, you have to use the boring things that SPSS produces. So that's a requirement that you don't want to see it. But anyway, but for academic journal publication, it's okay. So it was pretty good. What I took a long time to do, this did it in an instant. Then I decided to give it a large data set. So this is an open data set of the National Health Services in the UK, all the Finnish consultant episodes, 1 million over cases and all that. So all that is broken down into various specialty, medicine and all that. So I wanted to do, it's a complicated diagram. You're trying to do this, and Excel can do, but I just threw it into ChatGPT and it asked it to visualize it. And he summarized, the beauty is, he gave me a good visual summary of that data, and he gave explanation. So I can put this into my article, the explanation is here. I can take one of the explanation, ask it to expand again. You see how this skeleton of thought, chain of thought prompting is going back and forth, back and forth. So the time is spent, so it is not so easy. You need a bit of intelligence. You must know about prompting to be able to produce a very nice output at the end of the day. So this is what you are doing now, which you have finished, I hope. No? Yes? Now, before we go there, yeah, that's my email if you want to get in touch with me. But I also want to quickly just show you how to quickly write a proposal and a protocol. Research proposal and research protocol. So if you have collected some things, those who came for yesterday, they all have done it. But those who are today, first time here, same thing, principles, put it into ChatGPT and write it. So if you have done your literature review, you've done everything, go back to that same generative AI where you did all the response, prompting and validation, and you got a response and you played with it. You go back to it and ask it, so what's the difference between a proposal and a protocol? Now, if your university has a particular proposal format, if you are using your ChatGPT-4, you can upload it, and that's it. So it's a one-shot prompting. Use this format and write me a proposal. It will follow that format. If you don't have it, copy the headings and paste into ChatGPT, use this structure and write a proposal for all these things you told me. So if you can do that, your proposal is ready. The protocol is that based on this proposal, write a protocol. So the protocol will be an in-depth version. How you're going to collect the data, how you're going to take the sample, what kind of instruments for data collection, how are you going to analyze the data, all will come through. If you are ready, look at the title. If the title is not nice, you can ask ChatGPT to write you a very sexy title, whatever title you want, comprehensive title. You ask it to give 3, you choose 1. Okay? When you are ready, this is where you already have this, right? This is the rice. This is some more. Oh, sorry. There is a document to register your research. If you want to register your research, Learn is keeping a register of all researchers. Go out there, say you want to register your research, fill up the forms. Once your research is registered with Learn, we are going to write a report and inform all ministry officials, including the Prime Minister. This is the results of 4 days of workshop. So we are hoping to get about 150 research topics registered with Learn by Friday. Why do you want to do it? One is you are making yourself public, so you get it done. If you're not interested, don't register. I'm sure you came here, you are interested. Number 2, Learn will arrange for you to provide you support. You have Learn to back you up. If you want one-on-one Zoom support, we are happy to provide you. We will find you a resource person. Number 2, Learn may also run further workshops to facilitate your research. Second, Learn may be able to find you grants for you to execute your research. So that's a reason to do that. This is the online module of what we have. Here are a few other resources. I don't know how you're going to. This is on qualitative research. This is an online module on qualitative. So you have to zoom in and just take that. This is Introduction to Research in Healthcare. This is a chatbot for research in healthcare. So this one is a chatbot that you can talk to, ask questions about research. This is the yesterday's workshop. No, day before tomorrow's workshop and day before yesterday's workshop. This is the online module for academic writing. This is a chatbot to support academic writing. Suggest you take big pictures and then go in and label them. So these are all the resources that we have. It's all for you to use. I think the Learn management people will also be sending you stuff on this. Yes. So all my slides, if you don't get it, go to SlideShare, put my name, all my world, 12 years of slides are all there. Today's version, because the older version will be there, just go through, you can pick it, you use it freely. Today is like anything that I change, I will clean up over the weekend or over tonight or early morning tomorrow and I'll upload it again. But again, Learn has your contact. Any query, contact Learn. They are responsible. They got a lot of work to do. They have been very busy now also, but they will send to you. You will be getting your certificate will be a while because I've told them to include all these things into your certificate. So those who are trainers would get a separate certificate as a basic training. But you're not a trainer yet. You attended the basic trainer course. You probably will do some more training and then they will certified as a trainer for generative AI once they conduct a course and we come as facilitators and we certify them. Then they are ready to carry on their own. And that's our objective, because we have 3,000 teachers to train by December. But I think Roshan said he wants more. He's not happy with 3,000. He thinks we all are too low standards. Okay, any question, comments, queries? I mean, well, I wasn't joking, but I want everyone to be able to register a research paper. You know, it's not that difficult. Anybody coming tomorrow, academic writing? Okay, so tomorrow you will be screwed. You have to write. You can't go home without registering a research paper. It is not that difficult. Everybody thinks we wrote the fastest research paper where data collection was done for 170 over people in 2 days. We deployed, we wrote the whole, this was before AI. This is about 10, no, more than 10, 18, 19 years ago. One of my boys came, I sat him down and said, okay, this is the research we want to do. We get to get ideas on people, on what they thought about volunteerism as part of professional development among doctors. And we design a questionnaire. We put it in Google Doc, sent it out that evening. Results came in within 24 hours. By 48 hours, the paper was ready and was submitted. It wasn't published. It took 6 weeks to publish. So it is doable. It's just a story to tell. Tomorrow we'll go a little bit more in depth about that for academic writing. And yeah, so I just do hope you will all register, get one paper. Your chatbot, please work on it. And if possible, validate your chatbot. So these are called low-hanging fruit research projects. Easy to do, within your control, quick ethics approval. How long does ethics take here, Dean? 1 month. 1 month is not too bad. I can get in 1 day. We work with Newcastle because they're not patient. These are not patient. We're doing educational research. We're talking about straightforward students and things. So they usually give us they look at it, they give within a day. So sometimes I said, I got attention deficit disorder. So the other day, APU said it will take 1 month. I said, okay, no mind. So we got one of my team members. She got it in a day. And we are already starting to collect data. It's another project that we're working on. So I like to do all these quick things, validation, usability, because this is AI. This window is a short window. After this year, I think AI papers like what I'm suggesting you to write, no, journals won't accept. This is new. This is new. So people are interested to know. And yours will get published very soon because you are from Sri Lanka. Because they look at it, Sri Lanka, or no technology, no computers. That's what they think. So when this, oh, bloody hell, AI, they're writing chatbots. Oh my God, they will publish it. So I think that's one thing. So if all your 40 chatbots are there, Roshan, I think that's a nice paper. If all these 40 people chatbot, we take it, they do a description and an evaluation, just write it and say that 1 day workshop, 40 chatbot. I think LD also produced quite a few. Leap also did, I think. So we can compile all of them because you got the data. We can take a sample of 5 and say the experts reviewed that 5. They were reasonable. They weren't the world's best, but considering it was used. And that's good enough. So in a 4-day training, maybe 80, 90 chatbots were created. Anybody? Comments? As you see, my battery is a bit low already. I need a bit of rehydration. Comments, questions, or forever don't speak. Sir, any comments? Done, your research. How's your chatbot? What chatbot did you do?
Just Anabot.
On?
But is providing information about the anesthetic.
Pre-anesthetic. She also did that, isn't it? Okay. And okay, okay. Mhm. Are you happy with it to deploy it? Clean it up. Mm. Okay. And then would you want to do a usability study, and why not? Yeah, you know him, right?
He's the registrar.
Oh, so you're going to do the work for which you're going to get a credit, lah. Terrible fellas, lah. Slaves. Oh, so you got a slave. No, no, it's combined. Now, don't, you know. I mean, so you need her as your registrar. She's the expert. Yeah. No, no. So this is collaboration. That's important. You cannot achieve everything as an island, you know. Form teams. Yesterday I mentioned that, so teams to way. So that's very good. So it's a low-hanging fruit. Register the research, exactly as what I said earlier on, how to find that usability plus also the validity. All right. Yeah, that's great. Madam, what did you do today? What chatbot have you done? What control? Oh, plug control. Dentist. I'm very scared of my dentist. Yeah. And then, okay. So is it catered for patients or catered for doctors or?
But I think it would be better to make it for patients as well.
Yes.
Because as a self-care, like home care, to educate the home care plug.
So that's excellent. Dentistry comes under the Ministry of Health. Still under the Ministry of Health. So you are Ministry of Health, you are Ministry of Education staff, right?
Yes.
Not a health, because university staff. So the only problem is Ministry of
But
Health.
we are actually both, because I'm a clinician as well.
Okay, so you are both.
Yeah.
But your main salary comes from Ministry of Health.
Yes.
Because the university won't pay, they got no money. Why I'm shaking? Because
Not the Ministry of
people
Health.
are disappeared.
We
You
are
know, all of them on the
education.
back road, they all gone home. Because they have to go to Colombo, very far away. Like, just making fun of them. Why I say it's important is because this has got high impact on society, right? So what I will do is clean it up, get Roshan to get you some tech boys to help you clean nicely everything, and put the web out to the public. Include it. Does Ministry of Health has a app? Does Ministry of Health has an app? Appointment help? Nothing. So what's the ministry doing? Anybody, any other ministry plus left behind? All went home, huh? Why don't learn take this up? Patient education, create a simple app, put her app into it. All these fellows are creating so many apps, health apps, put it all together. They can click and say patient education apps, and then you can get 10 apps, choose plug. So you start on it. I'm going to hold you responsible. Okay? You create the app, go and catch this technology fellows, all these clever fellows, all. Let them do that, and you make it available publicly first. Let the ministry be pushed to form the super app. So the Ministry of Health creates a super app. Ministry of Health Sri Lanka. Welcome. Then there's 60 apps in it. Diabetes app, plug app. So your plug app is ready. Why? English. But I can process. Yeah. So that you have to expand. I don't know whether Sinhala is there. Yeah. Then you get one in English, get one in Sinhala. And Tamil. Check. You got to check. So can you see the excitement you can do? You wait for technologies, those fellows won't come and help you because they are in a world of their own. They are looking at network, they're looking at, resistors and all these things, but they need to do. But when you tell them, these are 5 minutes I can do that, don't waste my time. For you, you don't know how to do. But this is important. This is going to have an impact. So everybody can use the app and get very good. So what did you do?
We've done some planning the research activities as well.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, what areas are you? Oh, what area did you do?
Related to the,
Related
to the AI tools in ChatGPT and other things.
Okay, but did you create a chatbot? What chatbot did you create?
No, I didn't create chatbot.
Why?
Because I added a little bit later.
Okay. Okay, we will forgive you because you came late. Madam, Because what is the potential of a chatbot?
Actually, I created it for dental students to
Okay.
get some knowledge on pharmacology.
So pharmacology for dental students. So it's an educational chatbot for dental students. So how are we going to deploy it? So you created it. You got a beautiful bride dressed in nice Kanjipura sari with beautiful
Actually,
jewelry.
first I have to get familiarized with the chatbot
Yeah.
and then refine it. Then I'm thinking of sharing with students.
So that's a very important.
This is new for me.
Yes, I know.
Yeah.
It's new for everybody. I think everybody in this room is new. Doesn't mean just because it's new, you don't want to go any further. So if you look at a chatbot, if you go back and you look, there was the link that we created. Remember, there we put it, the tiny URL. Below that link, there's another one called embed code. So let's give you a HTML code to embed into web pages. You can copy that, go to your Moodle site and embed into a lesson. So Moodle has, when you create, Moodle has two things, activity and resources. So this is a resource, it's not an activity. Actually, it can be an activity also, but you put it as a resource and you say it's a web thing, then you embed the code. Your chatbot is available for all students on Moodle. What I will do in your description, you know where there's one area, the thing said that this bot was created by BotPress. Remember, there was a statement. We deleted that. You deleted that and you put this was created by Professor Bandaranaike. So that is your thumbprint. Then at the end of 6 months, 6,000 students have used yours, because that will come out in the LMS, in your Moodle analytics. Then you tell your professor, Macha, 6,000. How many students you taught? 6,000. Promotion? Put. I'm just joking about, but it creates your portfolio. What does it do to you? It motivates you to do more because people are being affected by a chatbot. I mean, this was for everything, not only that, videos and creation. Yeah. So don't just let it die. Madam, you're very quiet in the corner.
Sir, today is the third day of my participation for this work.
So you've been seeing me for 3 days, no?
Yeah. So I think I learned a lot from this workshop series. So except the ChatGPT, almost all artificial intelligence that inputs are very new to me, and even ChatGPT. So I realized that how effectively and how effectively use this ChatGPT even to enhance the academic career. So I think I need to engage more and more to be familiar with these AI tools to apply in my profession. Thank you.
Yeah. But have you created anything? You have got a chatbot? Did you create?
Yes, sir.
What's your chatbot about?
So actually, today I searched about that that basic functions of that chatbot, and with regard to that I actually search about that the research topics over there, not special that module or content, or not create that stuffs, but I just that go through the main functions of the chatbot.
But you didn't create one.
No.
Yeah. If you have followed me, you would have created. So I have to withdraw my statement that everybody created a chatbot. Madam. Professor.
So this is first time I use chatbot. Yeah. So I created chatbot on antimicrobial stewardship.
On farm?
Antimicrobial stewardship.
So there's a very big important topic, antimicrobial stewardship, because drug-resistant bacteria are caused by indiscriminate use of pharmacology. Yes, madam.
So I'm planning to use this. I have uploaded certain PDF articles, and also I use copy and paste it from my research findings. So I'm hoping to communicate this chat box with my research students, MPhil students, and also planning to use this in my lectures. I have a session on antimicrobial stewardship. Through, as you mentioned, this just now I learned how I can post this to Moodle.
Yes.
So yeah, I'm going to use that. I didn't know this before, that I can use I can make HTML link and post it to Moodle. So I think this will be very useful to
So
my
the
students.
visibility becomes high. Once it's, because I'm sure all your students will be logging on Moodle, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
it becomes high. Do you want to do a validation and usability sort of study? You don't have to do it.
Yeah.
You've got so many RIs with you, not AIs, real intelligent students in it. Somebody can take it up as a master's capstone project.
Okay.
You know, validation of your chatbot.
And more than chatbot, I'm so much excited today. I made my first video. And
Put it on Padlet. You put it on Padlet.
And it was talking and explaining about antibiotics. So I was simply listening how I made, and I went and practiced 2 or 3 times. I think this was very useful. Thank you very much for helping us, teaching us to make this. Thank you.
Okay, so what I wanted to create with my chatbot is a patient education tool on for patients who are on long-term prednisolone therapy, because there are a lot of adverse effects with prednisolone. So I don't think I was very successful, but I did create.
What knowledge base did you put into it?
That's I think that was one of the problems I put in. I think the NHS website.
You put website.
Yes.
You didn't have no. So I did say websites, unless it's a static website, is not worth putting that in, because that will change. And the danger is the website could go down. You know, for a host of reasons, they may close it, the page may be shut down. So always have the primary document must be your document, your Word document. So in your case, do you want it to have a conversation with the patient, or is it a conversation with the doctor?
Patient.
Patient. So it is to look for side effects of prednisolone toxicity. So it's a drug toxicity.
Well,
or is it what?
Yeah, so more like patient education. So
okay. Yeah. So that can be easily found. You just go and scrape. You scrape yourself. Go to all the things, toxicity of prednisolone, patient advice on prednisolone. Maybe there's something because the structure is already there now. So go and collect all that, put it into a Word document, make sure it's all nice and tidy, no pictures. The moment you put pictures, it doesn't read it well. 1 or 2 pictures, it will ignore. If it's full of pictures, the document doesn't become green. If we said, cannot read, fail to upload, right? Then you upload, then you escape button, search the entire web. The RegChat pathway should be search the entire web. So that's a useful. Again, can go into the super app, Ministry of Health super app. So somebody has to go, and I think Roshan will go and design the super app for the Ministry of Health. And then you all will park your web, your chatbots under the Ministry of Health. Singapore has done this. So they're all aware for asthma, for diabetes, and they even force it to the patient. Every diagnosed diabetic patient in his phone will get a force app on how to lose weight, how to have carbohydrate reduction diet, exercise, and all that. So I think that's a very important topic, because a lot of your illegal doctors are giving steroids. The traditional medicine man will give white powder to your patient, so you might as well. Yeah. Did you have a research to do? Or are you coming tomorrow? No.
No, I'm not coming.
You want to take it over their side? Yeah. Okay, that's good. I mean, I'm going to do this to see what's the outcome. I was a bit disappointed because I thought 100% got chatbot. So I have to withdraw my thing and eat my words. I'm very upset now. I've boasted to Roshan. Roshan, all of them did chatbot. Now he was sitting there, he's shaking his head. The useless fella talks on it.
Question.
Yes.
Is it possible? Is it okay for ChatGPT, the full version, to generate content for the chatbot?
Yes, it can.
And we update it every week, let's say. We just rerun the prompt.
The reason I don't want that is because that data is not your data. not contextualized to your country, to your practice. So that is easy. That's just like scraping from the internet. You can do a whole book on prednisolone complication, then check every page as it page, the chain of thought, skeleton of thought prompting. Write me a book about, or write me a handbook on complications of prednisolone. Then you write, then go line by line, expand, expand, expand. You get that, put it into Word document, submit it, and then you can even ask, give me a FAQ for the use of prednisolone. ChatGPT may give you. Then you can expand it and create your own. But why I want this, because that's the uniqueness of yours. Authentic, contextual in this country, Sri Lanka. So the kotu will be there, the sambar will be there, the idli, whatever, all these things are there that makes it useful for your community. Madam.
I created the chatbot. It was on psychological disorders, sort of a self-help seeking diagnostic chatbot. Only thing is I ran into some bugs, so that sort of took my attention, try to figure that one out. Research, yes, but the challenge was from Elicit then to sort of get it from the free version onto the Chat GPT, but have a sense of overall, and hope to learn more tomorrow.
Yeah, okay, coming tomorrow. Yeah, so that the research will be sorted out.
Yes, and the video production is extremely useful because I'm also from the Open University, so we are in distance learning.
Fantastic.
So we are always encouraged for asynchronous learning and try to promote more material generation for students to access. So I think extremely useful. Have to master, I must say, a lot of information has come our
too much
way.
of overload.
Yes, I think I need to I think revisit the slides and just sort of follow the processes till it's sort of automated in my mind.
That's a very important feedback for me. We have cut this down a lot because I've been scolded and I thought today I did well, but she says no.
No, it's very useful.
No, I give too much. I'm a greedy fellow. I like to just throw information, but that's not right also. No, you cannot use just because the knowledge is not there, use a water hose, isn't it? There's a good saying, don't use a water hose, give them a straw and let them little by little. God, so much, I want to pour the whole water on you, cannot. So I need to cut down. Thank you for that feedback. Very good.
Yes, I created the farmer chatbot. It helps farmers in Sri Lanka to get the information how to cultivate their crops and what type of fertilizers they have to use and which quantities like that.
So where did you get your database? So she's done a farmer's chatbot for farmers in terms of cultivation and fertilizers and all that. So the database came from where?
Yes, normally I am doing the research for the farmers in Sri Lanka. Therefore, I have a lot of information and the data.
This is from previous research?
Yeah, it is based on
so they are text-based data?
Yeah, text and the tabular form, any format.
Tabular form also it will take, isn't
Yeah,
it? So
yeah.
just that, not pictures.
I have pictures, but I didn't upload it.
How big was your database?
Because now we have 40 crops. Based on that, we have.
In terms of megabytes, is it a big document?
But I couldn't say that because
how many pages would you say?
There are different type of information because we have the list of crops and what are the POP, package of practices, and the pest and diseases. It's a different type of information. But here I have only uploaded the crop information. And based on that, they can get some information, what type of crops they have to cultivate based on their location.
Is there such a tool available in
Yes, yes. You can see the Governance Home Garden application. It is available. You can download and you can use it in Sri Lanka only.
Okay.
Not for the others.
Okay, no. I agree. But what I'm saying is your chatbot replicating that, or is it better than that? Or?
Yes, but I now created, but I didn't receive all the information because I only give the some information. But this is structured one in our one. Because there are so many POPs and so many things we are doing for the mobile application. But I have to do more research on that and then we can compare what
So
are
you,
the
because you are in the field, do you
Yeah.
think that the farmers will benefit from this? Probably have to make it a single.
not only the farmers, but there are so many researchers and the students and they
Okay.
can
Your audience is more
yeah.
academic and
Yeah.
Okay. That's good. I mean, yeah, good.
Yeah, do you foresee at some point maybe the chatbot could become a part of the app?
Yes, sometime, yes. Because I had to research, more research on that one and
Yeah.
then
Excellent. No,
compare
I think that's great. I mean, you came here, you don't even know what a chatbot was, right?
No.
No, I'm sure you knew. It's interesting farming. So I was invited to the Ministry of Science, Malaysia. They were having a kind of tech entrepreneur coffee meeting and all that. And how they use AI for chili crops. So farmers grew red and green chili, and chili crops are graded A, B, C, depending on the size, big, small, medium, and all that. And the pricing is accordingly. So they spend about 3-4 hours a day from a daily harvest grading them. So they used AI, and the grading was reduced to minutes, and they have average, when they pay for it, it's not free, it's a system that they pay. I don't ask me what system, is AI. And they have increased the income by 3,000 ringgit a month. 3,000 ringgit is a salary of an officer in the bank. So that's a significant change how AI is helping farming. And they've done a lot in terms of cropping, water, and too complicated. But I think they are not expensive technology. They're fairly reasonable technology I can do. Better meditate. Anybody else has anything to say, please call on me. I just want to, I'm getting this for my feedback, actually, not for anything else.
Actually, I think we can replace LMS forums by our chatbots now.
Okay.
So
what's LMS forum?
In our LMS, we have an option called forums. So we can interact with the students in the forum.
Yes, that's the whole idea.
Yeah. So instead of that, we can use these chatbots and we can update the chatbot weekly and update our content.
Yes.
And they can learn by themselves. So we can just give guidance for them. And
Then the free time, what are you going to do? It's free is your time, isn't it? Now I want to know what the free time.
Making more chatbots for
Hey,
the
that's
modules.
Some more? Research.
Writing
Write papers. Write papers. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm just joking, but you can go for gardening, go and do your Bharatanatyam or whatever hobbies you have. Make your life more meaning. If that's what you want to do. But for me, my relaxation is writing paper, teaching. So my daughter gets angry. Why can't you relax? But I told her, what is your definition? You relax. For me, this is relaxation. For me, looking at the bank account, that is stress. Because I don't know how to balance checkbook. Okay. Dean. He is now worried all you fellas are going to send him things.
So anyway, today I have created 2 chatbots.
Wow.
One is
so good. At least he saved 1 or 2 of you fellas.
One is on abdominal pain.
Okay.
Present into primary care. And the second is on management and identification depressive disorder.
Fantastic. And what database you use?
So basically what I did was I have copied from 2 textbooks.
Okay.
And prepared a separate document and uploaded it, and based on that I have.
Did that all today?
Yes.
Fantastic. That's why he's the dean. Have you tested it?
Yes,
So,
yes.
Because he's also a subject matter.
Fairly running
yeah.
good, but sometimes it might not give the answer, but it just return
back to
the main message.
So this is a beta version. Actually, it's an alpha version. It needs further testing. And the beauty is the more you test it, the better it gets because of the deep machine learning. And here's where you can get a master's student as part of his research project. Get your work done, he gets his thesis. Correct, isn't it? He comes there, no idea. Thambi, come here. This is your research project. You go and validate this. You go and do a usability study and come back in 6 weeks. So that's done. And so that way, that's published. And that's useful in primary care. it can be used that. And if everybody did that, then you have got a big resource pool. Excellent. What about research?
Yeah, I have just got a protocol on, basically I have initiated something to develop an app for patients to make their health decisions.
Okay.
So because we see that most of the time, not only for primary care or even for the secondary care hospitals, tertiary care hospitals, a lot of patients who can manage at home might come to the hospital to seek medical care.
Community-based sort of practice.
Yes. So if patients can go through an app and make their decisions, informed decision, whether they need to seek healthcare from a professional or whether they can take a paracetamol and wait and see. So that's actually help the healthcare system to run effectively. So I have initiated some of the things to create that app. So just I have
this has been done previously.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. So to do a study to see the healthcare professionals' perception about such an app.
Okay, that's a nice one. So that's be a qualitative. Have you registered the research with our register?
No, not really. So just I have shared it with your
very
thing.
good.
So
These are nice.
Yeah.
It's easy to do.
Yeah,
Won't take long.
it's not really a qualitative one.
Yeah.
The quantitative one.
Okay. How are you going to measure? What have you got your own instrument?
Yeah, just a perception using a Likert scale set of statements.
Why don't you just add the qualitative to it?
Yeah, the thing is, so to get the wider participation, so if you go and do it with qualitative model, so you need a lot of resources.
So that's why did you come for the research module yesterday?
No.
Yeah. So we have ways of overcoming that. So we can do a qualitative in 2 days. With lots, I did 50 participants, a qualitative research, but that took a long time. So one qualitative data is you have to take people's voices, you have to transcribe it, you have to then analyze it, get the themes, all done with their analysis done by AI, the collection also done by AI. You catch the fellow, do a Zoom. He is in, somewhere in Negombo, you are in Peradenia. There, Macha, talk to me. He talk, whole thing is recorded. Zoom immediately transcribes it. You can even, you open your otter.ai.io. This is a phone app, or even it's got a desktop app. As you are interviewing, it's transcribing. Transcription is done. Take the transcription, put it into ChatGPT and say, code this for data. Ask it to do a thematic analysis. Paper is done. Why I'm asking you to do that is, it adds greater depth to that paper.
Yes.
And the publication impact is higher. And it just takes a little bit more. You do 100 survey with your instrument, take 10 fellas, 10 to 12 fellas. Those days, this was hard. You're doing it manually. You have to do the coding, put paper on the wall, stick yellow color, red color. People hated to do qualitative. I love to do qualitative because it's a richer data. It's much richer data. And the information you get from there may help you to review and monitor your app better than just doing the screening. Great, excellent. Sir. Yes.
So for me, actually, it was like coming out of a dark room. All these apps and so many possibilities now. So that was very eye-opening. So for the chatbot, I made one on pharmacovigilance. So it is targeted really at health professionals as well as doctors, medical students. And it is based on a guideline document by the Medicines Regulatory Authority in Sri Lanka. But also there is a WHO document about that.
So you put both together?
Yes. And so that can answer from basic things like what is adverse drug reaction to what can you do about it, how can you report it.
How many prompts do you use to test it just now? How many times have you tested it?
I used about 3 or 4. I didn't go into a lot of detail, just the definitions.
So just broadly, the 4 that you tested, scale 1 to 10, what would you rate it? 10 is the best, 1 is crap. What would you call
So
it?
about 8.
That's pretty good. I mean, he's a subject matter. So that's already valid already. So we just need to formalize it. That's pretty good. Very impressed. Okay. Research, education, anything?
Research, I just at a proposal stage, just
Okay.
about us. It's really a randomized trial comparing
Okay.
to drugs in neuropathic
Okay.
pain.
Okay. Excellent. I didn't realize it's gone past 5. Everybody, feedback is important. You already took QR code for the feedback. If you have some more comments, please put it in the Padlet. The Padlet will be open for the next few days until next week. Then we'll collect the data and we'll analyze it. Thank you very much for coming. I've taken too much of your time. It's been great. Those who are coming tomorrow, I'll see you all tomorrow. And those who are not coming, I won't see you again. But if you're coming Friday, we are still here on Friday. Friday is the seminar and conference. Thank you. Great bunch. I enjoyed myself. Have a safe journey back.